Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo der Platz genossen ist, weil ich in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we take some time out of our Saturday evening to watch the real far left, the people that are creating every crazy thing going on in our world today. If you want to know who are the people that are organizing behind the college protests, not George Soros, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. Literally. We literally watch some of the groups that are organizing for the college protests months before October 7th even happened. If you want to know who's pushing critical race theory into schools, anti-racist math into schools, equity into schools, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's trying to trans your kids, who is doing drag queen story hour, who is making all the attacks on parental rights, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's trying to set up autonomous zones in cities to abolish the police, defund the police, basically eliminate all prison sentences for all crime, if you want to know why people can just walk into a Target in a major city and walk right out with hundreds of dollars worth of stuff without ever getting in trouble, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. Every single crazy thing you see happening in the world today can be directly traced back to the activists that we watch on this channel. So welcome to the most dystopian stream that you will watch all week. If everyone could do me a favor and please mount the like button for me on YouTube especially, I have like a shockingly low number of viewers right now. And so, and actually this has been a thing for like the last several days on YouTube where all of a sudden for no good reason, my live numbers have been down. So if everyone could please make sure to do their part and mount the like button for me, because that will actually tell YouTube to notify people that the stream is live. Like, did I go live at the wrong time or something? I'm pretty sure it's Saturday and I'm pretty sure it's 6 p.m. Where is everyone? I don't know. Maybe it's because it's a nice day or something. I don't know. Well, hopefully people will start to trickle in and show up, but we're going to be here. Yeah, there have been all kinds of problems with YouTube this week. So this is why I do try to stay consistent with my streaming times, just so people know that regardless. Yep, exactly. This is exactly what's happening. People aren't getting notified. Great. Awesome. Thanks, YouTube. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Well, mount the like button, guys. Mount the like button. That's the only way that YouTube will actually start to recommend my content, is if everyone mounted the like button. All right, well, hopefully we see some numbers start ticking up. If everyone could go onto Twitter, if you're on Twitter, and tweet out the stream, because I do actually think that we are going to have a good episode today. It's actually going to be kind of an interesting episode. Thank you to Bulldog and Yerp for being over on Rumble. I am streaming over on Rumble as well. So there, a couple weeks ago on Socialism Saturday, we started watching videos from the Denver Communists. And we kind of we watched a whole bunch of videos, but there was one specific video that I wanted to watch from the Denver Communists, and it was called The Rise and Fall of the International Socialist Organization, because I had kind of heard about this. What I heard is that basically the International Socialist Organization was the organization that preceded Haymarket Books. Haymarket Books took over from them. And my understanding is there was some major Me Too sex scandal within the International Socialist Organization, and they essentially had to, well, quote unquote, disband, but really what they did was rebrand as Haymarket Books. So I've never really gotten a more in-depth explanation other than that. But luckily for us, the Denver Communists have a whole video about the rise and the fall of the International Socialist Organization. And I wanted to watch that a couple weeks ago. We just didn't get around to it when we were watching the Denver Communists. But the reason that I came back to this video is actually I was trolling around on YouTube, and I found a YouTube channel that isn't really that distinguished. It doesn't actually say anything like resembling socialism, but what this YouTube channel has on it is it has extremely old videos from the Socialism conference. So if you go onto this channel, this must have been the company that they were working with to film all the talks from the Socialism conference like 10 years ago. These videos are old. So this is back when Haymarket Books, again, was the International Socialist Organization. And so I was going through some of these videos, and I was like some of them are just like really, I mean, look at that. We've got Cornel West on there. Actually, you know who I found on here as I was looking through this? I wonder if Glenn Greenwald. Did you guys know that Glenn Greenwald used to speak at the Socialism conference? I started watching that video with Glenn Greenwald, and apparently Glenn Greenwald spoke in person at the Socialism conference like several years in a row. And so this is like the Socialism Wayback Machine. It's got all sorts of stuff on it, but this is back when it was the International Socialist Organization. And I kind of decided, let's watch a few videos from this. And one of the videos I wanted to watch from this is this session called "What Do We Mean by Solidarity?" Because of course, I was actually just asked about this the other day. I was on a show of some sort. Was it? What I remember, I forget who I was talking to. I was talking to someone, and they said, people on the right are starting to say solidarity. Should we be in solidarity? And I was like, no. You should absolutely not be in solidarity, because when you say you're in solidarity with I'm saying comrades, but it's comrades. My group is the comrades. Their group is the comrades. When you're in solidarity, that means you're part of the club. Trendle, and you're going to DC? That's exciting. I don't like that Trump's speaking at the Libertarian National Convention. I'm going to be honest. I don't like it. I don't think it's a good look, but you're going to have a great time, man. Listen, I've seen Trump speak several times. I've been in the front row at a Trump rally. I saw Trump speak at CPAC a couple times. There's nothing like a Trump speech. And so you guys are going to have a great time. I'm really happy you're going, Trendle, and you deserve to be going. And so I will look forward to hearing about that experience. That's going to be interesting. I don't approve, but no one cares what I think. That's okay. That's all right. Whatever. It's no longer my monkeys, no longer my circus. Not that I've left the Libertarian Party necessarily, but I'm just not involving myself in all that. Anyway, the first thing we're going to watch is that video about the rise and the fall of the International Socialist Organization from the Denver Communists. This was 4 months ago, so we're going to get their perspective on that, knowing, of course, that the Denver communists are probably not telling the entire truth about what happened because, as you know, our rule on the channel is socialists always lie. And so we always have to take things they say with a grain of salt. But we're going to get their perspective on it because that is what we do. Oh, Angela essentially begged you to go. Oh, I feel bad for Angela, but also not really because she made her bed and now she's lying in it and it sucks, but it is what it is. Angela had people that were trying to help her. I'm just saying Angela never took them up on that help, and look at what's going on now. Anyway, we're not going to talk about the minutia of libertarian politics right now. So it's like when Kissinger said at Harvard, the politics are so vicious because the stakes are so small. Same thing. Anyway, so after we watch the rise and fall of the International Socialist Organization, we're going to watch the ISO Solidarity panel, which is going to talk about what they mean by solidarity. And then we're going to watch a video from the Socialism 2023 or 2013. We are going to watch a video from the Socialism 2013 conference. So like over 10 years ago. And the reason I wanted to watch this is because we've talked a lot about how queer hijacked the LGBT rights movement, especially after gay marriage was legalized. And so that happened in 2015, where basically what happened is there was like a legitimate LGBT rights movement where there were a lot of gay people that were just like, we just want to get married. We literally just want to get married. We just want to be able to be on each other's insurance and be able to visit each other in the hospital and things like that. Like kind of like normal stuff. That's all we want. We just want to get married. And then in 2015, that essentially happened nationwide. And when that happened, pretty much all like the normal gay people were like, okay, we're good. We don't need anything else. We literally just wanted to get married. And that is when the trans and queer Marxists started to hijack the LGBT rights movement, which used to be a legitimate thing and then just became a catalyst to introduce gender ideology and all that crap into the public consciousness after that. But the reason I want to watch this is a presentation from 2 years before gay marriage was legalized. And it's from a woman named Sherry Wolf, who apparently was a famous lesbian socialist activist. And it's called Queer Liberation or LGBT Rights, Sexuality, Reform, and Revolution. And it's kind of like that, even the title of this, you can see in 2013, there must have been some sort of tension between, are we going just for gay marriage or are we going for queer liberation? Because of course, you guys know, because you watch Socialism Saturday with me, you guys know that there's a very big difference between trans and queer. There's a very big difference between gay and queer. You do not have to be trans to be queer. You do not have to be gay to be queer. All you need to do to be queer is literally declare that you're queer, because queer is nothing more than a far left political ideology that is specifically designed as an attack on capitalism by attacking the gender binary and the nuclear family with gender ideology and all this other stuff. And we've gone over this a million times. We'll probably talk about it a little bit more later on tonight, but that's what this is. And so what I want to see is, I want to go back to 2013 and I want to see how were they framing this issue before gay marriage was legalized. So we got kind of a little eclectic collection of socialist videos that we're going to watch tonight. I'm really excited about it. I hope you guys are really excited about it. Please let me know in the chat what you think. And of course, if you just kind of rolled in, please make sure you mount the like button for me on whatever platform you're watching on. I would really appreciate it because that makes sure that the video is actually recommended to people. Also, please do make sure you are subscribed on YouTube, X, and Rumble, where I stream Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. A couple more orders of business before we get started. First off, is anyone new or relatively new to watching Socialism with me? Please let me know in the chat if you're new. We're not asking you to out yourself or anything. It's just always helpful to know when there are new people here so that we can help you kind of like understand what we're doing and we can help you along with it, because this is not like other streams on the internet you're going to watch. This is more of a teaching stream, and I will be talking about that more in a minute, but please make sure you introduce yourself. If you are new, we would appreciate it. If you are not yet signed up for my Substack, I hope that you will sign up today. It is Carlin, lyn.substack.com. I have a couple articles that came out yesterday that are specifically based on a spy stream that we did last week into the Queer Liberation Conference hosted by the California Community Colleges. So this is like taxpayer-funded queer liberation training. We watched a presentation in which they literally said autistics are inherently queer biologically, which was a little surprising. There was also a gender presentation on pronouns in which they flat out said that capitalism is the root of all evil. I got a couple more clips from that conference that are going to be coming out this week, but you can revisit what we already have by heading over to the Substack, carlin.substack.com. And while you're there, what I want you to do is I want you to go down to this article right here, the How to Speak Socialist live crash course. Because this past week on Thursday, I did host my live How to Speak Socialist Level 1 training. And so what this is this is kind of like a deep dive. It's like a crash course into the socialist language that we find on Socialism Saturday to help people get up to speed really, really, really quickly. And you can find the video for that, the on-demand video, just by heading over to this article and clicking on the link. Just like if you were going to register, just click on the link, and what it'll happen is it will take you to a page where you can access the video recording of the level 1 session in case you missed it. I will be making that more available like on the YouTube and on the Substack after this week, because this week I'm going to be doing level 2 of How to Speak Socialist, which is more of a deep dive into queer Marxism and abolish the family stuff, the type of stuff we're going to be watching tonight. So if you have not yet signed up for that, you can sign up for that over on the Substack right now. There's still plenty of space for everyone. So if you want to join, it is a free training. If you want to make a donation, you can, but you don't have to. And please, if you value what I'm doing, please make sure you share this out with people, because my goal here is to give people a way to get quickly introduced to socialist language so that when they come to something like Socialism Saturday, it's not quite as overwhelming, because Socialism Saturday, if we're honest about it, can be a little bit overwhelming to people. And so I wanted to give a way where we're watching a bunch of clips all in one place at one time. You're kind of putting all the pieces together so that you can come to Socialism Saturday and start to hear it in a whole new way. So make sure you head over to the Substack, sign up for that training. You can find it right now in that lower left-hand corner on the homepage. And of course, if you do appreciate the work I'm doing, the very best way to support it is by becoming a monthly or annual supporter on the Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year, because I am completely 100% funded by you guys. I really do appreciate it. I cannot do this without you. A couple other things I want to make sure people know about. Now, I spent some time last night working on the Unwoke Underground website, and while it's not completely done yet, I'm actually really excited about it. So the Unwoke Underground is going to be a website where you guys can go on and download some of the amazing propaganda materials that people in my community are making. Like, you can download them, you can print them. Like, this is some great stuff. We've got some these are zine flyers, so you can print them separately, you can put them together, whatever you want to do. We've got some stuff about queer Marxism. It just looks so cool. We've got some other different styles of zines. Someone made a crossword puzzle. These are all things that you can download and bring into your community. You'll notice the QR codes. The QR codes do go to my Substack for different articles and resources. So what we're trying to do with this is basically take socialist tools and use them against the socialists to get out into the real world and start explaining this stuff to people. We also have we've got some scribble zines here from the illustrious Sin. So we've got different styles of zines that people can download. This is just the start of what we're going to be adding on here. I also have some stickers up, so you can download these and make stickers or pins. You'll see these also have QR codes on them. And we're just trying to make cool stuff that is eye-catching, that's going to get people's attention, but that's also going to kind of blend into leftist culture. So it's kind of like a covert initiative. There's going to be more stuff that we're going to be doing with this, but I'm just really happy with the way this is coming along so far. And check this out. Some people in my community are already posting the flyers in the real world, because the whole point of this is we want to start getting out into the real world with this stuff, because there's only so much you can do online. And most normies have no idea that any of this stuff is going on. So we've got people printing stuff off. They're hanging them up on colleges. They're hanging them up at like stores. They're hanging, like, someone brought stuff to a weed dispensary. You can see they're hanging up the flyers where people are hanging up flyers. I'm going to be making a bunch of stickers. You guys know how the Revolutionary Communists of America have their "Are You a Marxist" campaign, where it's Karl Marx pointing at you with the QR code. I'm making my own version of that. So we're going to have stickers, and you guys can print this stuff off. I'm going to make it available in the store as well if you want to buy stuff directly from me. But one of the cool things about this website is that the people who are making this content are giving it to all of us for free. You can do whatever you want with this. Just don't modify it. Don't screw it up. Don't change the QR codes. Don't futz with someone else's work. If you want to do something different, then come join the community, come join the Discord, and you can get involved, and we'll teach you how to make your own. So that's okay. But all of this stuff is available for public use for anyone. So you can do whatever you want with it in terms of printing it off, bringing it to stores in your areas, bookstores in your areas, coffee shops, stuff like that, to start getting some of these ideas out there. Like, what if we all just littered college campuses with like a college campus near us with all of this material, and everyone was taking pictures of it and posting? Like, it would just be really cool. So we're going to start doing stuff like that. I'm really excited about it. And I was hoping to have this done for today, but this is actually a much bigger project than I anticipated. So we're just going to have to like wait another day or so. But I'm starting to get new merch in the merch store that I just want to show you guys. And if you go to the t-shirt section of the Unwoke Art store, which is unwokeart.com, and then sort by new. So I'm actually taking the zine materials and I'm putting them on t-shirts. Again, you can actually do this on your own. You can just download the high-res PDFs and the high-res images and make your own t-shirts if you want. But if you want to support the work I'm doing and get a badass t-shirt that has the QR code on it, that has the art on it from the zines, that just looks like something really effing cool, like something that you would have gotten in like a cool music store in like the 90s or something like that, back when the 90s still had cool stuff. Because like the stuff that comes out today is so like boring and like young. I can't deal with like all music stores have basically become like teeny bop, like fucking Billboard top 40 shit, and it didn't used to be like that. Okay, you used to be able to go into like a proper music store, this back before fucking iPods, where they were actually selling like CDs and stuff, and get cool shirts and get cool posters and get stuff that you wouldn't be able to get anywhere else. And so that's part of what we're doing, is putting all this stuff on merch so that you can actually wear something cool that's also useful and educational, but also looks really cool. And that's going to be in the Unwoke Art store. There's going to be stickers in the Unwoke Art store. There's going to be pins that you guys can download. There's going to be all sorts of cool stuff, all related back to the stuff we're doing with the Unwoke Underground. That's going to be launching next week. And so that's another way you can support the work I'm doing if you want to do so. Exactly. We're talking like old school punk here. Because listen, man, like, does anyone actually think we're going to be able to beat back a socialist cultural revolution by doing the shit conservatives are doing? I don't. I don't at all, because it's not cool. It's not culture that people want to be a part of. What do people want to be a part of? I promise you, this stuff is going to be cyclical, because there's going to be a necessity. There's going to be a necessity for a counterculture in this country. We cannot allow the Marxist socialist left to be creating the counterculture in this country. We are the fucking counterculture. Right now, the woke control every major institution in our society. They are the mainstream. What's going on college campuses, and I know this might seem bizarre, that's the mainstream. If we want a real counterculture, we have to stop waiting for conservatives to build it and take inspiration from countercultures that have worked in the past and build our own. So that's what this is. So we're going to have some fun, and I'm really excited about it. All right, guys, let's get into it. And I didn't see that many new people in the chat. So if you're new to Socialism Saturday, welcome. I'm really glad you're here. As a reminder, Socialism Saturday, you have to treat it like a class, okay? I do have some rules and guidelines I'm going to go over real quick. I'm not going to show my image anymore. I don't want it. I don't want it to be like a formal set of rules, but I just want this to be an informal set of agreements, guys. Socialism Saturday is meant to be fun. We do take it lighthearted. We do make fun of the socialists, but our primary goal here is to learn what socialists are thinking and to learn what their perspective is, because if you don't understand your enemy, you can't defeat them. What we do is we try to digest socialist leftist language, okay? So what you need to understand is that it might sound like socialism, like socialists are speaking English. They're not speaking English. They are speaking a completely different language called socialist, where they might be using the same vocabulary as you, but they are having completely different meanings than you. So what we're doing is we're trying to listen to the language in context to understand and ascertain how they're defining words, how they see different situations, because that's how we can predict what they're going to do next. I need everyone to resist every urge they have to debunk what the socialist left is saying, because yeah, they're going to say a lot of crazy things. Of course, they're going to say a lot of crazy things. They're socialists, but debunking them is not actually going to solve the problem. And every ounce of energy that you put towards debunking them, you are not listening to them. And listening is going to be our key word. Just because you listen to someone and just because you understand someone does not mean that you have to agree with them. We don't agree with most of the things these people say, but we do understand them. And that's why pretty much every single prediction I make about the socialist left and what they're going to be doing comes true, because I've been listening to them for literally years now, where most people don't bother to do it. Same with my audience, okay? So that's what our focus needs to be. Of course, we have our normal rules of the chat, which is number one, don't be a dick. If you're new here, I do not allow shit posting. You will not insult me. You will not insult other people in the audience. I can do whatever I want because you're in my house. But as long as you are in my house, you are going to follow my rules. Again, you have to think of this as a class. I am the teacher of the class. You are a student in the class. If you don't want to be in the class, or you think I'm boring, or you don't want to learn this, that's fine. Just leave. Go watch other content on the internet. No one's trying to tie you down and keep you here. But as long as you are here, you're going to treat everyone cordially and respectfully, even if you don't like what they have to say. Number two, no whining. If I ask you to stop doing something, just stop doing it. I don't want to hear whining. I don't want to hear crying. I don't want to hear, I'm not doing that thing you told me to stop doing, because you are doing it. And if you weren't doing it, I wouldn't have told you to stop doing it in the first place. All right? So let's just all get along. We got a lot of socialism to watch tonight. I've got some beer. I'm going to be starting with the Little Blonde Buddha, which I think is like it's a coconut Thai chai blonde stout. I'm a big fan of blonde stouts. If anyone's drinking something fun, put it in the chat. And in the meantime, we're going to get this party started. The first thing we're going to watch tonight is the rise and the fall of the International Socialist Organization.
The ISO was founded in 1977 during a downturn in class struggle in the U.S. and also a recession of the social movements that took place. It was founded out of the left faction, which was a faction within the International Socialists, which was a group that was founded in 1969 and was a third camp Trotskyist organization. That is, it didn't support the Eastern Bloc or the Western Bloc. It was a revolutionary organization that believed in the third camp of self-emancipation of the working class. The ISO saw that the IS, the International Socialists, were moving to the right, and they rejected industrialization, or what is often called today implantation. That is the idea of sending students and other people into industries that they wouldn't otherwise go into, and to organize as revolutionaries.
Oh, what?
And
Wait. I'm sorry. What? The International Socialists they basically just said that the International Socialist Organization sent these people into organizations to organize as revolutionaries when they wouldn't normally go into those organizations. Let's listen again.
Were moving to the right, and they rejected industrialization, or what is often called today implantation. That is the idea of sending students and other people into industries that they wouldn't otherwise go into, and to organize as revolutionaries. And we also saw that the IS was beginning to accommodate to the trade union bureaucracy. So these were a couple of the reasons that the ISO was formed. It grew from about 75 members in 1977, and it put out a monthly newspaper as early as April 1977 called Socialist Worker. It was initially backed and supported by the International Socialist tendency, of which the Socialist Workers' Party of Great Britain was the main organization. In 1983, there was an actual rank and file revolt within the ISO. Up until that time, we had had just one national officer, a national secretary. And as a result of this rank and file revolt and a special convention, that person was ousted from their position, and instead a steering committee was set up. And this steering committee initially met in Indianapolis because some of the members were in Cincinnati and others were in Chicago. Before long, the organization moved its headquarters to Chicago. ISO was involved in strike support work, and within a couple of years began a campus orientation, that is trying to set up branches on college campuses. It was involved in South Africa solidarity work, and the ISO really began to take off in the early 90s, especially around the Gulf War. It set up student anti-war coalitions and was involved in anti-Klan organizing. It grew to...
Hang on. Elisa says, just letting you know that I tried to send you 3 separate tweets on X saying I liked your book better than James Lindsay, and Twitter removed the tweets? That's odd, Elisa. Like, can you let me know what your Twitter handle is? I do appreciate the support. Thank you. Let me know what your Twitter handle is, and I'll make sure to look at them.
Close to 1,000 members at one point in the 90s, and it had many accomplishments. One of the accomplishments was that it was the largest revolutionary group for several years in the 90s, up to its collapse. It had relatively consistent revolutionary education. It had a good interventionist political newspaper. It developed hundreds of Marxist cadre, although how it developed those cadres had limitations, which I'll get into in a minute. It had active intervention in unions. It was instrumental, for example, in setting up the Coalition of Rank and File Educators in Chicago, which led to the 2012 Chicago teacher strike. It was also instrumental in teacher organizing in Los Angeles, New York, Seattle, and other places. It was active among nurses, SEIU, et cetera, and wherever it could, it helped to build rank and file caucuses in opposition to conservative labor bureaucrats. The ISO was able to form Haymarket.
Elisa, they didn't remove the tweets. I see them, but because what happened is that you put my handle first, and if you put someone's Twitter handle at the beginning of a tweet without putting like a period or something in front of it, it doesn't show up on your main timeline. But I do see your tweets. I'm hearting them right now so you can see I see them. You just have to look under your replies. And so if you want to get around that, all you need to do is send the tweet by either putting a period before you put my handle or by putting just another word in front of the handle. And that's just like a Twitter thing. But I do appreciate the support. Thank you.
Books, which is still one of the best radical publishers in the United States. It helped to form the campaign to end the death penalty, which had impacts around the country and especially in Illinois, where the death penalty was finally gotten rid of. It was very active around the issue of gay marriage, including helping to form a national demonstration around that issue. It had large contingents in national marches. It was active against the World Trade Organization in the late 1990s. And it was involved in anti-war activity in 1991, 2003, both locally and nationally. And in 2001, as a result of the attacks on the World Trade Center, et cetera, it immediately put out a special edition of Socialist Worker with the headline being, "Don't Turn Tragedy into War." It was very active in forming the Socialism conferences, which were the largest revolutionary conferences of revolutionary socialists in the United States. It published International Socialist Review, which was a quarterly Marxist journal of theory, which was excellent. It split with the British SWP and the International Socialist Tendency in the year 2000 and 2001, over accommodation
The International Socialist tendency. The International Socialist tendency just became the Revolutionary Communists, as in the Revolutionary Communists of America.
That the British SWP was making towards the anti-globalization movement. The British SWP said that that movement, that socialists were in 90% agreement with that movement, and tried to downplay any differences, moving away from Leninism, that is downplaying the need for a cadre in Leninist organization. The leader of the British Socialist, one of the leaders of the British Socialist Workers' Party, Alex Konikos, actually came to the US in 2000 and told the ISO that they should give up on the campaign to end the death penalty and instead just focus on the what they called the anti-capitalist movement, or what we call the anti-globalization movement. So here are some other things the ISO is involved in.
Anti-globalization movement, how
Fighting
interesting.
against campus police having guns, organizing against Bill Clinton.
No, Rottweiler, I think what they said is that the ISO, the International Socialist Organization that turned into Haymarket Books, at some point they split from the organization that is today the Revolutionary Communists of America. Well, it's the Revolutionary Communist International, but back then it was called like the International Socialist Tendency. So there was basically a split between the two groups, is what they're saying.
Clinton's crime bill, welfare cuts, and humanitarian wars, challenging police brutality, building the global justice movement, rejecting the 9/11 Islamophobia and militarism, protesting the Iraq War of 2003, organizing for immigrant rights throughout the whole period, but especially around 2006 and after, mobilizing for Trayvon Martin in 2012, supporting the Black Lives Matter movement in 2014 and after, building campaigns for BDS and Palestinian rights, fighting fascism and white supremacy after Trump, and so on. The demise of the ISO came about, I believe, because of some underlying weaknesses. The ISO had inherited from the SWP in Britain a form of organization which is known as Zinovievism, based on Zinoviev, who was a leader of the Bolshevik Party and was actually head of the Communist International for a period in the early 20s. Zinoviev called for the communist
But this video is about 4 months old, so this is relatively new.
Parties to become what he said, what he called, to undergo a process of what he called Bolshevization. That is, turning the parties in a more rigid and top-down direction with limited faction rights, more militaristic. And this kind of change led to later to Stalinization of the parties when Stalin took power in Russia in the late 1920s. This approach to organization saw that the active element in a party was the elected leaders rather than the members. It saw the relationship of members to leaders as being the same as the party to the class. We need to remember that under Leninist idea of the party is the most advanced revolutionary section of the class, which organizes together to influence the rest of the class to take power. And in this view, and this is Zinovievist view, that was the same relationship that the leadership had to the membership of the party. In other words, the leaders had all the answers. The party members just had to be won over to the perspectives of the leaders.
Hang
rather
on.
Than a dialogue.
Is James still complaining? Seriously? Do I need to look at do I need to interrupt Socialism Saturday to do a James Lindsay whining on the internet update? Let me know.
Interaction between leaders and ordinary rank and file members. This is expressed by Tony Cliff, a leader of the International Socialist tendency, as the organized distrust of the members by the leaders. This approach inhibited cadre development. One expression of this in the ISO was the election of leadership bodies by slates. So every convention, the outgoing steering committee would propose a new steering committee slate that would be elected up or down. Usually that steering committee slate would be pretty much the same as the current steering committee, maybe with a few additions here and there. This meant that people voting against the slate were seen as kind of not being real loyal members of the organization. And this meant that the steering committee pretty much stayed the same, or at least retained most of the same leaders from the time it was set up in 1983 until 2019, when the organization collapsed. There was undemocratic political expulsion of some factions without a clear political rationale and little explanation to the membership. Now, another problem was lack of clarity of the program. There was the Where We Stand, which was supposedly the basis of what members joined, but there was underlying issues as well that people had to agree to if they were considered to be good members. So there was lack of clarity on the distinction between fundamental politics that were the basis of the organization and just majority positions that people could disagree with and have minority positions and still be good, solid members. That is something that needs to be clarified in a revolutionary organization. There was a back and forth on emphasis on organization versus movement work, a back and forth on education. And I think one key problem that led to the demise was too much of a focus on winning liberals rather than on radicalizing elements. The slogan from the National Steering Committee was, our audience is to our right.
So he's saying that the International Socialist Organization failed because they spent too much time trying to convert liberals rather than just like radicalizing the people around them.
This was too limited. Some of our audience of the ISO and revolutionaries today is to our right, that is radicalizing liberals who could be won over to Marxism. But there are others who are already on the far left who need to be convinced of Marxism, and they are also our audience. The slogan, our audience is to our right, would be more appropriate for a mass party on the verge of revolution. Then the party would have to win over the majority of the working class. However, the goal of a small propaganda group is not that. It is instead to win over and solidify people radicalizing and win them over to Marxism to form the basis of a party. This misunderstanding of the Leninist project led to an opening to opportunism. We need to remember that the revolutionary organization will be a minority until the revolution. As Lenin sometimes said, better, fewer, but better. Now, this does not mean we don't want to grow. Of course we want to grow, but we have to grow on a solid revolutionary basis. Related to this was a fetish on the Democratic Party as opposed to a rejection of all bourgeois politics. Of course, rejection of the Democratic Party is absolutely essential.
The rejection of the Democratic Party is absolutely essential. Can someone please, every single time you see a conservative saying that the socialists are Democrats and the Democrats are socialists, explain to them clearly, unequivocally, that what socialists believe is a rejection of the Democratic Party is essential for socialism to succeed, to actually succeed? You know, I was on Eric Matheny, Eric Matheny's show, Bob and Eric Save America, with Bob as well, his co-host. And so they were talking about how, like, conservatives are all confused about why there was this college protest in which you have the conservatives on one side chanting F Joe Biden, and you had the protesters on the other side saying F Joe Biden. Of course, conservatives, because they don't understand that socialists and Democrats are not the same thing. Conservatives are like, oh my God, this means Democrats are abandoning the party. Look, all these protesters who are obviously Democrats are abandoning the party. They're going to vote for Trump. They're going to vote for Trump. They're never going to vote for Trump. That's like literally never going to happen. The reason that both the left and the right were chanting F Joe Biden is that the socialist left hates Joe Biden more than they hate conservatives. The socialist left hates Joe Biden more than conservatives hate Joe Biden. They do not consider themselves to be part of the Democratic Party. They laugh every single time that conservatives say that they're Democrats. Can we please start dealing in reality of what's going on? I get so tired of influencers calling Democrat communist no shots at Z, but I feel they conflate authoritarianism with communism. Well, sadly, Z Van Fleet has been sucked into the conservative propaganda machine, and I think that Z is a nice lady, and I think that she's trying to do the right thing, and I understand the position she's in because I was in that position in 2020, okay? But like, she's in the like, I as long as Z Van Fleet is feeding the conservative propaganda machine and is ignoring primary source evidence from the real world, which she is ignoring to feed the conservative propaganda machine, I'm just going to be ignoring what she's saying. Maybe she'll pull herself out of it at some point when she realizes that the conservatives don't actually care about the things that she does. I genuinely hope that she does. But for right now, I'm not paying attention to what she's saying because I don't think that Z is hinged into reality because she's been sucked into the conservative propaganda machine. And all she's doing right now is shilling a conservative narrative in order to sell books. I think it's a real shame. I think it's too bad. I like her, but I cannot support what she's doing, and I would advise people to approach what she says with caution. Mad Link says, why do the people promoting Marxism do it? Because they have been indoctrinated into leftism since they were 5 years old in the public schools. If they understand it enough to lie, they're not lying. They're not lying. You're making an assumption that they're lying. Listen, Mad Links, I think you're relatively new here. What I'm going to recommend is that you have to stop trying to debunk them. Stop trying to own the libs. Stop asking the same questions that conservatives ask over and over and over again. What I need you to do, bro, is sit and I need you to listen for a little while because the answers to your questions are going to come very quickly if you sit and you listen to what they have to say and you stop treating them as though they're mentally ill or they're making stuff up or they're disingenuous. They believe 100% of the things that they say. So listen, and the answers to your questions will become clear. Yep, Liquid Marble says, these people have been indoctrinated into socialism. They are promoting it because they think it will solve all the world's problems. Exactly.
It's a bourgeois imperialist party, and there should be no support for it. However, the Democratic Party does not exhaust all bourgeois politics. For example, in the year 2000, the ISO supported the Nader campaign. And the reason for this was they wanted to break people away from the Democratic Party, which is an admirable goal, but breaking them to another form of bourgeois politics is not an admirable goal. Nader was not a socialist, nor was he a representative of the working class. The ISO actually formed an alliance with the Green Party and even ran ISO members as on the Green Party ticket in certain cases. This problem went back to the International Socialists and the Peace and Freedom Party. When they, in 1968, they helped to form a party which was not socialist or working class, but instead was an anti-war party, and they helped to register 100,000 people in California for that party. Finally, there was another problem was confusion on the question of oppression. The ISO was correct in general in rejecting class reductionism, formally at least, and separatism. However, under the influence of the British SWP, they rejected feminism, saying that all feminism was bourgeois.
Hang on, Mad Links is saying, sorry, I'm kind of new here, but I'm just too much of a Vulcan. So it's okay to be new. But what you need to understand is that because you're new here, and this is true of, and I'm not trying to pick on you, but there are probably other people who are new here too, and so we're going to use you as an example because you're being brave and chatting in to help other people along. Okay, so what you need to do if you're new here and you're new to watching socialism with me is you need to accept that a lot of the things that you think you know about the socialist left are wrong. Because most of the people who are talking about it, at least from a right-leaning perspective, and even quite frankly from a libertarian or independent perspective, they don't actually listen to the left. And so they're going based off of a conservative interpretation of what's going on rather than what's actually happening in the activist circles, okay? So it's okay to be new, but what you need to accept is that you're going to need to do some unlearning of things that you think you know are true that are not true. And so like what if you do not understand the language that they're speaking, which I can tell that right now you don't, that's okay. Everyone was new once. It's going to sound like there's not logic to this. However, what you will find if you hang with us and you let us teach you is that every single thing that socialists say is completely logical once you understand their language and once you understand their perspective. They're actually incredibly consistent. The reason that it does not make sense to you right now is that you do not know their language yet. It's okay to not know their language. That's what we do here. So sit tight. We're going to help you. Just keep asking good questions in the chat. Liquid Marble says, we love new people here. We just need them to listen and learn about the far left. Listening is the name of our game, guys, and it does take time to do this. The hardest part of all of this is to deprogram your instinct to argue with them and debunk. Deconstructing what you think you know about the left is the first and most difficult step. Rottweiler says it is counterintuitive at first, but it's better to throw your assumptions aside and unlearn what you might or might not have learned from the right. Exactly. So, welcome to all new people. We're glad you're here, but just accept that this is not an overnight thing. It takes time to learn a foreign language, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Feminism, not seeing the possibility of a Marxist form of feminism. And this led to this kind of class reductionism, led to the ISO being bad on caucuses within the party, for example.
Hang on.
In theory,
hang on. No, I don't want you to stop asking questions and saying things. This is how we teach people, okay? I keep thinking they're only being funded by some high up elite tricksters. It's not your fault that you think this, but this is a lie. This is conservative propaganda. It is completely unhinged from reality. The organization that we're watching right now, I mentioned earlier, the International Socialist Organization turned into Haymarket Books. Haymarket Books is the largest socialist book publisher in the United States. Haymarket Books is also the sponsor of the Socialism Conference, which used to be sponsored by these people, which we're going to be watching an earlier talk from a little later on in the stream. These people fund themselves via publishing, via events, via donations, and via dues. They are not funded by WEF globalists. They are not funded by George Soros. Any links that are about George Soros are like, this one person got this scholarship in college where they wrote a paper that was partially funded by a scholarship funded by the Soros organization and like 3 other organizations. So anytime that a conservative says they're funded by George Soros, what it basically is they found one person within thousands, tens of thousands of people that has some sort of loose connection to something related with that, but that doesn't mean they're all funded by that, okay? These groups, they're revolutionary groups, they're radical groups. They are almost entirely self-funded, and they make that a point to be entirely self-funded because they believe that if big money NGOs come in, they're going to fundamentally corrupt their political movement. So if you believe this, you've been listening to people who are lying to you. And I'm really sorry about that. I wish I could change that. But we need to unlearn that in order to really grasp what's going on, because these people are not funded by some WEF Soros elite. In fact, I've been to their private events and they talk openly about how much they hate the WEF.
Black people, women, other oppressed groups had the right to form caucuses within the organization to fight against sexism, racism, and so forth. However, in practice, this is always discouraged and never really carried out. There was also a rejection of people of color initiatives, especially in New York, which caused a couple of blowups over the course of the ISO. So there was really accommodation to class reductionism from the British SWP that was a problem. There was therefore a swing back and forth with rigidity and a class reductionist direction led to accommodation to identity politics. One related issue was that it was not strong enough on the question of sexual abuse. The ISO used the bourgeois standard of innocent until proven guilty for people accused of domestic violence or sexual abuse. And this led, actually, as we'll get into, led the final straw that broke the ISO. Up until the very end, the ISO was growing very well in some branches and not so well in others. However, it was still brittle due to xenophobism, and there were grievances over oppression. The major issue, I think politically, that moved the ISO in a bad direction was the underlying opportunism which led to the pull of the DSA and Bernie. Sections of the ISO, especially a faction called Socialist Tide, actually called for supporting for Bernie. This is a violation of the fundamental ideas of the organization, but was tolerated by the leadership and led to a debate in Socialist Worker showing the advanced influence of reformism in the ISO. The 2019 convention was finally able to elect a new leadership, an expanded leadership. One of the factions that came into leadership was the Independence and Struggle faction.
Hang on. Dawn asks, am I wrong to think that they are a useful tool and or a puzzle piece to the far left for the destruction of the country? Yes and no. These are not useful idiots. These are the people who are trying to overthrow the Constitution and the government. These are true believers. So saying that they are a useful tool or a puzzle piece is not correct. These are the true believers. These are the activists. These are the people who are on the ground doing the work every day to take over the institutions, destabilize society, attack capitalism, and usher in their Marxist utopia. So they are seeking the destruction of the country as we know it. They want to overthrow the Constitution. They want to abolish the Supreme Court. They want to abolish the United States Senate. We literally have them on video saying they want to raise the red flag of communism above the White House. So they do want to do all that. But these are not useful idiots. This is not some bigger, well, it is a globalist agenda, but not in the organizations that you guys think. They do want globalism, but they do not work with the WEF. This is not like they're a pawn of some Soros-funded fucking WEF initiative. These are the lies that conservatives have told their audience that we need to unlearn because they're just not hinged into reality. So, yes and no.
It called for a new stress on agitation and not on organization. It downplayed the essentials of organization, like weekly meetings. The convention also attempted to rectify errors on oppression. Finally, what did the ISO in, the straw that broke the camel's back, was the rape cover-up allegation. In March of 2019, there was an expose of...
Then who are the useful idiots? The people you see on Libs of TikTok. The people that are in the videos that conservatives share all day, every day, reading about the left. Those are the useful idiots. Libs of TikTok is the biggest useful idiot on the internet for the far left. Libs of TikTok does the dirty work of convincing the conservative right of things that are not grounded into reality and are not true by showing these clipped out of context videos of college students with pink hair reading and like all this stuff. The outrage porn are the useful idiots. The Daily Wire Matt Walsh is a useful idiot for the socialist left. Everyone who's doing like the clickbait outrage bullshit is a useful idiot for the far left. So the useful idiots are within your own houses. One of the main reasons that the conservative right has no idea what's going on the left is because of Libs of TikTok. Because Libs of TikTok, like when people post videos on TikTok, that doesn't mean they're grounded in reality. It is a video that is designed to go viral on TikTok. So by taking that and putting it out there in the world to millions and millions of people to say, this is who the left is, click it, reply, cash, 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 cash. Because that's all she's doing it for at this point is cash. You guys know that, right? Libs of TikTok is doing the work that the left wants her to do. The Libs of TikTok people aren't the activists that control the institutions. Simple as that. Yeah, Libs of TikTok is creating outrage porn for the conservative right to keep them in a constant state of and then telling everyone that the left is mentally ill when the left is not mentally ill. These people are very smart. They're highly organized. But no, according to libs of TikTok, they're just all mentally ill libtards.
Of the poor handling of a rape allegation by the steering committee back in 2013. This combined with the pull of DSA and opportunism and away from organization led to an explosion. There was a moralistic response by many people in the ISO. This is a paraphrase of the attitude. It was not a quote from anybody, but it was like, we have failed. We are unworthy to argue our politics. So there was a vote to dissolve, which for the first time, I believe, in revolutionary history, included allowing people to vote who had already quit the organization. So there was a vote to dissolve the organization. And the result of this was no accountability, because there was no organization to hold those people who had made big errors on the rape allegation accountable. After the ISO, people went in different directions. Some went into DSA, some went into Tempest, which is
Tempest Collective. We watched them.
Which has a magazine, which usually has very good articles. Some of the Tempest people were also in DSA and tried to intervene within it. Others set up Spectre
We've looked at
as a
Spectre.
magazine, which has really good revolutionary theory, although it was very weak on the organization question. There was Rampant, which is another good
We've watched Rampant before.
magazine that was put out in Chicago. I think we need to learn some of the lessons of the ISO. We need to resist opportunism with clear politics. We need to don't be afraid to be in.
Tim, I think you're new here because I've already seen you debunking several times in my chat. So I'll answer your question in good faith. How is Libs of TikTok actually helping the left? Libs of TikTok is convincing the conservative right that the left is just a bunch of mentally ill retards that just scream and cry and don't actually do anything of value and are just doing crazy shit all the time that usually isn't actually happening in the real world, but it makes a really good viral TikTok video. So basically, Libs of TikTok has completely distracted the entire conservative right with things that are not real, giving them an impression of what the left is doing and who the left is that is not real, that is not hinged into reality. But Libs of TikTok makes a ton of cash on it. So it doesn't really matter if it's real. And in the meantime, the left, who are not mentally ill, who are not crazy, who are not lazy, who work significantly harder than the right does, who are significantly more organized than the right does, the left just keeps winning and winning and winning and winning and winning and winning and winning. And there are millions of people on the right going, they're all mentally ill. And that's entirely because, well, maybe not entirely, but a good portion of it is because they keep hearing Libs of TikTok and the people who promote Libs of TikTok all the time saying, they're all mentally ill. And in the meantime, they refuse to talk about the things that are actually important. They refuse to talk about the ways in which the left is actually winning, how they're actually taking over the institutions. They are getting everyone to completely underestimate the enemy, which means the left is going to win. And it's going to be entirely because of the right's own actions that the left wins. Libs of TikTok only shows inconsequential idiots. The real socialists are in control of the institutions, but the conservative influencers refuse to talk about people like Emily Drabinski. They refuse to talk about the activists, like the people that he just named. We've watched the Tempest Collective. We've watched Rampant. We've watched Spectre. We've watched all the activists that he just named. The conservative right has no idea any of these activist organizations exist. They have no idea who they are. We can not only tell you what organizations there are, we can tell you the activists in those organizations that are currently working in public schools, that are currently working in colleges and universities. Like, we can name them to a person. But the left doesn't, but the right doesn't care about any of this because all they're doing is covering the of Libs of TikTok every single day. Mad Links, again, that's conservative propaganda, bro. You've got a lot to unlearn. Exactly. Libs of TikTok is misinformation. So what I would say, Tim, hang on. What I would say, Tim, is that I understand that Evergreen started your journey away from the left. Evergreen was pivotal for me too. So I get it. I really do. But what I need you to hear is that it's actually much worse than you understand if you're getting your information from libs of TikTok. It's much worse than, I mean, I think Benjamin Boyce did a brilliant job in terms of the Evergreen documentary. Like, it's one of the most beautiful like pieces about the rise of the socialist far left on college campuses specifically that's been produced on the internet. And I think everyone should watch it if people haven't. He just like it's great. He did a masterful job of it. But it's much worse than you think. And the reason that you don't know that already is because the conservative right is lying to you. And libs of TikTok is one of the reasons, is one of the ringleaders of lying to people about what's going on. Libs of TikTok are only entertainment for those who only care about owning the libs while ignoring the people in the American Library Association, to name just one institution. And there are thousands of institutions. It's way easier to laugh at libs of TikTok videos than it is to take time to understand socialism. Exactly. Thank you for the super sticker, True Self. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate you chiming in, Tim. We're acting in good faith here. We're gonna show, and you're gonna see. You're honestly, you don't need to take my word for it. I'm gonna show you what's going on, so you can see the primary source material and judge for yourself. Thank you, Manny. I appreciate it.
We need to not be afraid to be a minority, even sometimes a small minority. We should not try to act as a mass party before becoming a mass party. That is, with a maneuvering and compromises, etc. We need to resist brittle and kind of wooden ultra-leftism by a solid understanding of Marxism. Only those with solid politics can relate those politics to new situations with nuance, and that requires thorough Marxist education. Marxists can only advance in a coalition if they have a solid Marxist organization.
So, hang on. James Lindsay did a good piece on the Librarians Association, didn't he? Talked to quite a bit about Marxist infiltration. Okay, so here's what I'll tell you, Space Jack. If you had been watching my content, you would have known about the infiltration at the American Library Association probably about 6 months ahead of when James Lindsay got wind of it. And that's because I was actually covering it at the time, and I knew that the head of the American Library Association was involved with the socialist left, and I was covering that before almost anyone else. So did James Lindsay do a video on it? Yeah, he did, I guess. But you know what James didn't do? James never followed up on it. James never actually looked at who Emily Drabinski was. James never looked at the organizations Emily was associated with. James never bothered to watch any of the speeches that Emily was making around that time. I went to the Socialism conference and I got Emily on tape saying that libraries need to be sites of socialist organizing. James refused to share that information because, you know, he can't be bothered to share that with his audience because he's got a podcast to sell. And so did James do one video about it? Yeah, I mean, I kind of heard that he did. But if you're expecting him to know what's going on the ground, I wouldn't actually say that he does. So, because he doesn't actually look at what's going on the ground.
We need to develop our politics by democracy and debate, creating unity and action out of this democracy and debate, not imposed from above. As is already mentioned, many of us who want to follow this approach have formed Firebrand to maintain Leninist organization.
Firebrand!
We want to maintain the best of the ISO tradition, but jettison some of the problems and learn from the lessons. The key points of Firebrand.
The Firebrand Collective is an alliance between the Denver Communists, the Boston Revolutionary Socialists, and the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. There may be more groups involved right now, but it's those three are the founding members of it. And so basically they're working together and they're organizing together in like little collectivist groups.
And our self-emancipation of the working class, that is saying that there are no socialist countries in the world today. Only socialism can only be based on workers actually taking and political power. No support to bourgeois politicians, no support to the Democratic Party, for a unity of the fight against oppression and exploitation, no to class reductionism and no to separatism, opposing all forms of imperialism, that is opposing campism. First of all, we oppose the US camp, including military aid to Ukraine, but also the other camp, the so-called anti-US camp of Russia, China, etc. We want to support actual national liberation struggles against imperialism, and that's why we support victory to the Palestine liberation movement by any means necessary. We support revolution, that is democratic workers' power, smashing the old state, creating new working class organizations to begin the transition to socialism. Finally, we call for the need for a revolutionary party, that is organizing the revolutionary section of the working class to lead the rest of the class to power. As far as strategy, we reject the idea of implantation or industrialization. We focus on recruiting those rejecting aspects of capitalism, that is movement activists and others moving towards Marxism. We focus on social movements as a key recruiting ground, but also see the importance of supporting labor struggles from the outside or from the inside, if we have to be inside, as our expression of opposition to exploitation. We reject movementism, but support all struggles against oppression and exploitation. But we focus within those on building revolutionary organization. We want to use clear politics, but have a united front approach, working with people, other people, where we agree, even where we disagree on other points. Our key goal is to build cadre, that is Marxists who understand the politics and can carry them out in practice.
Thanks, Dub.
And therefore use this cadre to influence and merge with the developing vanguard. So this is our overall general approach, and I'll open it up to discussion.
All right. So
the ISO was founded
that is
in
our
1977.
hang on. Don't replay. I didn't ask you to replay. That is our first video, which just gives us a basic overview of the rise and the fall of the International Socialist Organization. So I thought that was so basically they did fall because of a sex scandal, but then there were other things too where they felt like they were capitulating too much to the capitalist bourgeois parties like the Democrats and stuff like that. So that was good context. Where would they stand on Tibet? Actually, Tim, I've never heard them actually talk about Tibet. And I'm saying, like, I've been listening to their stuff for like 3 years now, like almost every single day. I have never heard them talk about this. And Hassan Piker is not a real socialist. I hope you guys know that. Like, the people that you're mostly seeing is like the YouTube celebrities or things like that. They're not real socialists. Vosh is not a real socialist. They're not involved in any of this stuff. They're characters for the internet because they make money on the internet. That's all it is. Please do not equate Hassan Piker and Vosh and people like that with actual socialists, because it's really going to distort like what you believe the socialist left is doing, because it has no relevance to it at all. Stevie says it's fun to clown on James Lindsay, but I hope that he and Carlin can be friends and work together someday. Nope, that's not going to happen. Absolutely not. I'm further ahead of James. I'm way far ahead of James. So unless and until James comes to me with his tail between his legs, there is no friendship. There is no working together. I tried for years and he was non-responsive, and he is the one that created this problem. And I am not. No. He had years to take advantage of what I have, and I no longer have any desire to work with him or any desire to associate with him beyond dragging him on the internet for being the obvious and complete grifter that he is. So that's how I feel about that. Sunspot, thank you. Practice undebunking. I do appreciate the super chat. All right, let me just get to the end of the chat here. All right. Yeah, I would actually, that's not the one I wanted to show. Sorry, Julian. I would actually really appreciate it if people would stop telling me to be friends with James Lindsay and stop telling me, why don't you work with James Lindsay? The fact is that I tried for years to work with him. I tried for years. He didn't want to work with me. He didn't want to share my stuff. He didn't want to elevate it. He was an asshole, like an overt asshole behind the scenes. So, and I fucking swept it all under the rug. And I was like, just don't like go at him publicly. Just try to smooth things over, whatever. I literally tried to be cordial for years. So, no, when you reach the point of where you're actively tweeting not only me but members of my community that are trying to like teach people, and you're telling people to block me and members of my community, he can suck a dick, man. No. I want to ask, I know who this is. Can you please stop? Because multiple people in the chat have asked you to stop, and it's distracting for people in the chat. So can you please stop? All right. Let's move on. We're going to move into our next video. And this is from 7 years ago. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing this. Okay, so we just watched a video about the rise and the fall of the International Socialist Organization. And now we're going to go back and we're going to watch a video that was uploaded to YouTube on May 2nd, 2017. I don't know if that's when it actually was aired, but this is called What Do We Mean by Solidarity? This was hosted by the International Social... Oh, I guess it was in 2017. So this is from 7 years ago. And the reason that I want to watch this is they're going to explain what they mean by the term solidarity. The concept of solidarity is based on the idea that people can unite across their differences, not just because they are good people or allies, but because they have a common interest in not allowing themselves to be divided and conquered. Thus, we must fight racism, sexism, transphobia, Islamophobia, xenophobia, imperialism. What a coincidence. These are all words that mean capitalism. Not just because it is our moral duty, but because it is in our common interest to fight all these kinds of oppressions. It looks like we have a member of the now defunct International Socialist Organization. We also have a person who was formerly an adjunct professor at the University of North Carolina. And it looks like we have someone who was a member of the ISO and also a professor at the University of Chicago. So college professors, awesome. Can you talk a little bit about how close you think we are to a complete takeover? Okay, so I've actually covered this a bunch of times before. So I'm going to refer you to other videos I posted on the channel. You can look up, I think, like the timeline of the Marxist takeover. I also have articles on my Substack where I detail my timeline where I think the Marxist takeover is going to happen. So I'm going to give you a little too long didn't read, but I would refer you to the videos I've already made talking about this and the articles I've already written about this if you want more information. But basically, I think we are 10 to 15 years from the violent overthrow of the United States government. There is a logic to why I say 10 to 15 years. No, it is not 2030. That's not what it is. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with how long it took for them to take over the institutions when they started proactively trying to destabilize society. We're now moving into... We're going to start seeing a lot of attacks on capitalism over the next 10 to 15 years as the students who have been indoctrinated into the far left cult since they were 5 years old in kindergarten start to get into the workforce, which the same people you see doing the college protests right now are the same people who are like basically the first graduating class from high school and college that have been entirely educated in an education system that's been indoctrinated into the far left ideology. And so now you're going to start seeing them move into the corporate world. You're going to start seeing a lot of attacks on capitalism. And I think it's about 10 to 15 years until they try to violently overthrow the U.S. government. I do not believe that the civil war in this country will be left versus right. It's not going to be red versus blue, Democrat versus Republican, because Republicans and conservatives are lazy. I'm sorry, but they are. The civil war in this country is going to be radical revolutionary socialist versus the federal government. They are going to try to overthrow it. It's going to happen at the very end. Basically, by the time we hit real violence, because we have not seen real violence yet, we will at some point. It's going to be because there's no stopping them at that point. So that's when I think it's going to happen. What needs to be done in order to stop it? People need to start learning how to speak their language. what needs to be done in order to stop the cultural revolution is conservative influencers need to stop lying to their audiences about what's going on. Everyone needs to hinge themselves back into reality. People need to start learning the language of the left, which is why I do this almost every single day of my life, driving myself insane to do this, because I do think it's that important. And if people are unwilling to do that, they're going to lose to the left, and it's going to be their own damn fault. Let's see. Well, Mad Links, the Substack is literally flickering across the bottom of the screen. It's also in the description of the video you're watching. All right. Does the promotion of a UBI amount to an attack on capitalism? I mean, yeah, in some respects it does. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, I think that's actually a really good interpretation. All right, guys, let's get into this panel. We are going to be learning what the word solidarity means. Again, if you're here and you haven't mounted that like button yet, please make sure you mount the like button for me. Please make sure you are subscribed. We are watching an eclectic mix of video tonight for Socialism Saturday, and we are watching a 7-year-old presentation from the now defunct International Socialist Organization about the true meaning of solidarity. Remember, this was filmed when Trump had just started his presidency. So we're probably going to be hearing some references to Trump. And just remember, this was a couple months after he took office, okay?
So good evening, everyone. Everyone as well tonight. I doubt I'll take the full extent of time of 20 minutes. This brother, I think, is going to be way doper. So I'm ready to hear what he has to share. And also, I think it's important to make sure that we allot enough time to engage you all. This is a really important discussion to weigh in on, I think, in general.
All right. Tayton says, can we take our guesses on what solidarity means? I mean, yeah, if you want to take a guess about what solidarity means, go ahead and type your guess in the chat and we'll see who gets it right.
But I think even more so now, as we kind of consider the current political climate, I think I'm pretty confident saying that most folks here are of the political persuasion of fuck Trump. So, and I think that's the right political position. But I think one thing that would be favorable to us, to Trump, that this kind of open racism, open sexism, open xenophobia really seems to present a opportunity for folks of different, identity categories to kind of coalesce together and think about what does this particular brand of right-wing populism mean, right? And I think this pot has been growing for some time over the last few years. You consider Occupy that gave way to a Black Lives Matter movement. There's been a significant amount of activity in the street, which is good. And I think for folks who've been involved, and even if you take a look at what you see out in the street via social media, you'll see a diverse mesh, of folks, which is cool visually. Now, when people get to talking, then you will hear all manner of politics espoused, some productive, most not so helpful, right? So the task that we have in front of us, given that we're in a climate that seems to engineer to produce lots of spontaneous activity that's bringing lots of folks to.
I just want to point something out. So the main way that I and that we have learned how the socialist left shows up in the real world is because these people put almost every single video like almost every single training they do online in a video. There are, I mean, this is literally 7 years old. We're going to watch another training video that's 10 years old. There are older videos than that where they put entire conferences online that happened back in the early 2000s. We should probably go take a look at some of that at some point. But my point is this. There are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of far left socialist training videos on the internet. And I've gotten pretty good at finding them, and I know how to find the right ones now, where that took a little bit of practice at some point because, you have these YouTube socialists that are pretending to be socialists that aren't real socialists, and then you have the real ones, so you have to figure out, like, what groups to follow, who are the real people, all that stuff. But we could literally sit here and be watching socialist and leftist training videos all day, every day for years, and we would still not scratch the surface of the amount of content that these people have put online. My point is this. What conservative organization is doing this? What conservative organization is holding conferences where it's not just a massive party where people go and they get drunk and they network with each other and then there's hookers and blow in the back room, CPAC? Like, what conservative organization is hosting purely educational training conferences on the regular and then filming those conferences and putting them online so that other conservatives can learn from them and learn how to organize with them? Are there any conservative organizations doing this? Because I can't really think of any. You look at CPAC. CPAC is not about training people. It's a pep rally. That's all it is. I've been to CPAC twice. CPAC isn't about training people. It's a massive pep rally where the people who are speaking go up and give a 10-minute pep rally speech, and then they get the video of them doing a pep rally speech, and then they share that with their audiences, but no one actually learns anything because it's just a pep rally. You look at Turning Point USA, it's exactly the same thing. Turning Point USA is a pep rally and a conference where they're basically just drinking and hanging out with college students and having fun as college students. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm old enough to remember that the youth vote on the conservative right doesn't turn out, and that was Turning Point's one and only job. So what organization on the conservative right is just out there doing training in the real world and then filming them, like real stuff about their vision and organizing about how to achieve it and how to build awareness and how to recruit more conservatives and all that? What organization is doing this and then putting those videos online? I can even look at Scott Presler, and I think that Scott Presler is amazing. Most of Scott Presler's events are just in person with Scott Presler giving a talk about how to register people to vote and doing that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Again, Scott Presler has done an amazing job of that. But where are the videos of Scott Presler doing this? Where's his online training platform? Why hasn't the RNC helped him build that? Like, there are so many things that conservatives could be doing to help organize their audience, but they refuse to goddamn do it. And the reason that the far left is winning is they go out and they do this every single day. Every single day. Pushing every single day. Articulating their ideas every single day. Finding more people, doing a bookstore talk, doing a training in a random high school class, doing all this stuff. The reason they're winning is they're the ones doing the work. And conservatives want to smear them and call them lazy and call them mentally ill. This is not the behavior of mentally ill people. This is the behavior of people who are on a mission to actually achieve some sort of vision of the future that aligns with what they want to do. Do I think that Charlie Kirk is aware of the severity of the problem? No! Charlie Kirk's a moron. Charlie Kirk cares about one thing and one thing only, and that's making money. Charlie Kirk had a $40 million a year budget in which he was not able to turn out the conservative youth vote, which is his one and only job. Charlie Kirk has no idea about any of this stuff. No idea at all.
Together, how do we occupy those spaces and put the right types of politics in front of folks? That we turn these moments into really grounded movements that are operating under the right principles, the right paradigms, the right theories. And one of the things that we want to advance tonight, that the right way to go is, you know, a politics of solidarity, right? That people have a vested interest based on their class position, right? To fight back against the state, the ruling elite, and what matters most is this linked fate that we have as workers, right? So my mentor, Gregory Myerson's here, and one thing that he says is that the manifestations of oppression are many, right? The cause is singular, right? And that's class oppression, right? So how do we go about with the class analysis of oppression?
Oh, Nick Fuentes just called out Charlie Kirk. I don't know if I'm going to go to AFPAC anymore. And I'm really kind of upset about this. Side note, can I have a point of personal privilege? I don't know if I'm going to go to AFPAC anymore. Because last night, so of course, like, Nick Fuentes got unbanned on Twitter last night, which is actually pretty great. I mean, and you really got to give the Groypers credit, because the Groypers were haranguing Elon Musk for a year to make that happen, and I thought it was really cool. Now the problem was that Nick actually blocked me on his main account like years ago, and I don't even know why he did it. I'm sure he probably thought that I was some sort of fake conservative grifter back then, but times have changed. And real recognizes real, for better or worse. And so Nick Fuentes and I have kind of like come around to each other. So when Nick's account got restored, I had to like get Nick to unblock me. And I texted him and I was like, Nick, can you unblock me from your Twitter? And to Nick's credit, he actually unblocked me like really effing quickly. And he and so he took care of that. And I had a lot of people on Twitter like telling him to unblock me. So so that was pretty great. But like, when I asked people on Twitter to tag Nick to ask him to unblock me, Valley Zoomer came into my Twitter feed. And Valley Zoomer is one of those groypers that goes to all of the events, and he follows conservatives around with a video camera to try to get them in embarrassing situations. And I know who this kid is. And so Valley Zoomer came into my Twitter feed and he was like, "We still hate you and we're never going to accept you and fuck you." And then he started like sharing the smear campaign about me, like that 2-year-old smear campaign from the Queen, who basically what happened was like, the too long didn't read is like I had an acquaintance with someone I was going to start a business with, and he fell in love with me. And then when he confessed his love to me, I tried to mitigate the situation and carefully, because I still wanted to do the business. And then he lost his shit and went on a massive fucking meltdown on the internet that lasted over a year and a half. Anyway, all that stuff is still out there. I'm sure it's all on Kiwi Farms and stuff like that, whatever. And it's like not remotely related to what the truth is at all, but is it ever? Anyway, Valley Zoomer, when I'm trying to support Nick, when I'm like talking about how cool it is that Nick is unbanned and how people should talk, like listen to Nick and stuff like that, Valley Zoomer starts coming into my Twitter feed and brings a whole contingent of people with him where he's like, "Fuck you, you suck, we hate you, and oh, here's this smear campaign, what's going on here?" And he purposefully, for no reason at all, was just trying to embarrass me. And so I'm kind of like, and I'm not like, there's nothing he can really do. That smear campaign's been around for 2 years, but it was just kind of like the act of him doing that. I was like, that's fucking gross. And then I was like, okay, Valley Zoomer is one of these guys who goes to these events and he follows people around with a video camera just to embarrass them. And so I'm like, if I go to AFPAC, am I going to have to deal with this bullshit? If I take time out of my schedule to go to AFPAC to, support what Nick is doing, am I going to have to deal with Valley Zoomer coming up to me with a video camera to try to get a video of me looking fat and ugly or embarrassing me or any of that just because he's bored and just wants to do that shit? And it's just like, it's just not worth it. And so I was actually really disappointed about that. I was like, there's no reason for it at all. And I'm not going to go to AFPAC if the only thing that's going to happen is Valley Zoomer and the other groypers are just going to try to embarrass me for no good reason. So I'm really sad about that. But I guess, I don't know. It is good. It is good that Nick's back on Twitter. I just wish that Nick's audience and Nick's friends weren't such assholes, if I'm honest about it, because it's going to come back to bite him at some point if they keep acting like this, I've been nothing but nice to Nick. I've been nothing but conciliatory the past several months. And they're trying to like shit on that for no good reason. Anyway, I guess we'll see. I'm going to think about it, but right now I'm kind of like, if literally all that's going to happen when I go to AFPAC is like, they're going to try to embarrass me, it's just not worth it. Anyway, sorry to go on a tangent. That was just something I was thinking about. Let's continue.
Then we can understand racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and all of these other things as symptoms of the main social antagonism, which is that of class, right? The ruling class, those who own the means of production, against the workers, those who are forced to sell their labor in order to survive, right? One thing that the ruling class has been brilliant about is keeping us divided at the bottom, keeping us pitted against each other, at each other's throats, while their coffers continue to consolidate and they get more wealthy, more powerful, and you have white folk blaming black workers, blaming immigrants, straight against LGBTQ, et cetera. And so what we want to challenge and confront tonight are these schisms, talk about ways in which our linked faith as workers is the best way to organize, the best organizing precept, so we can mount the type of strength and power that we need to confront the ruling class. Singularly, we just won't get it done, right? It's not going to cut it. So we have a vested interest, to Na's point, not just because we're good people, it's morally the right thing to do. We have a vested interest to stand with immigrants, right? We have a vested interest to stand with the oppression that's being mounted against LGBTQ folks. White folks have a vested interest to confront anti-black state violence and white supremacist racism and things of that nature. Because as we consolidate and pool our power, as we understand our linked faith as workers, we'll be able to mount the type of effective strength to fight back nationally and internationally against the global elites and really put pressure on them and see a day when we win, right? It's not enough to fight discrimination because that's not the antithesis to capitalism, right? The antithesis to capitalism is socialism, right? So understanding our linked faith as workers, providing an alternative to a capitalist political economy, communist and socialist world in which workers benefit, from their labor, and we're not viciously divided, fighting each other. Is what we're out to propose tonight. So I think I'm cool to kind of just like pause there. I'll kick it over to Anton and let him kind of further elaborate, and then I look forward to engaging you all via question. Yeah.
So, as Demetrius was saying, that the topic is solidarity, and if you say the word solidarity in different types of anti-racist activism these days, you're very likely to be taken for some kind of hippie. In the minds of a lot of people, the word solidarity evokes the 1971 Coca-Cola commercial with 100 or so multicultural teenagers holding hands in California Hilltop to I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect. That's the connotation I think that the word has in the movement today. And what's much more common than talking about solidarity is talking about allyship and an associated discourse of privilege. And this goes hand in hand with something that I'm sure will be familiar to everyone in the room, a certain segregation.
This is going to be a groiper, I'm going to bet you. I need to change my profile pic because I'm not wearing glasses in the profile pic and I am wearing glasses now. Anonymous asshole. All right. I hope you feel like a big man compensating for your small penis online.
Movement, it's generally expected that white people are organized, white people, black people, black people, so on and so forth. The ISO stands in a different political tradition, a tradition that emphasizes or speaks not so much of privilege but solidarity. And the main question I want to address is: if this is not just some hippie ideal, what is it? And how is it different from this more familiar politics of privilege and allyship? In thinking about this question, I think it's helpful to turn first to the Black abolitionist and former slave Frederick Douglass. In a letter arguing that blacks in the South should have the right to vote, Douglass wrote, "The hostility between the whites and blacks of the South is easily explained. It has its root in sap from the relation of slavery, and was incited on both sides by the cunning of the slave masters. Those masters secured their ascendancy over both the poor whites and the blacks by putting enmity between them. They divided both to conquer each." Now, Douglass was not a hippie. He didn't underestimate the suffering of black people. He didn't underestimate the virulence of anti-black racism or the difficulty of overcoming it. But he saw that the racial animosity and racial oppression of his time were part of a larger dynamic. They weren't self-standing phenomena. In particular, he saw that they played an instrumental role in the process by which a tiny class of people secured its ascendancy over everyone else, white and black. Now, it was obvious to everybody, as was Douglass, he doesn't really mention it, it was obvious to everyone that the poor whites in the South enjoyed certain advantages or privileges, if you like, relative to their poor black counterparts. This went without saying. The letter I was quoting was a letter arguing that blacks should be given the right to vote. But Douglass saw something that was not so obvious, namely that poor white people would be better off without those privileges. Were the privileges?
Hang on, we got a question from Space Jack. And again, guys, I do love the questions. Please keep them coming. This is kind of random questions, but do modern communists believe in hierarchy or not? No. No hierarchy. As I recall, the New Left in the 60s wanted to reject hierarchy as a modification of Marxism. Okay, so equity, the term equity, which, by the way, there's equity departments in every single school district in the country. Your kids are learning equity right now if you have them in public schools. Equity means sameness. Equity means there is no hierarchy. Equity means from each according to their ability, to each according to their need, so that everyone ends in the same place. The socialist left want to get rid of all hierarchies. All right? Now, of course, it's not going to work out that way. It's going to be more like 1984, where there is an inner party of like the elite members of the socialist class, and they get access to the good coffee and the bread and the sugar and all that none of the outer party members get access to. It's exactly like in 1984, Winston is a member of the outer party, and then he starts working with that guy who's the member of the inner party. That's what it's going to be like. But in theory, they're all still comrades, right? It'll be part of like everyone, like it'll be like basically all businesses are going to be worker owned, and there's going to be a council within the community to decide what the community needs and stuff like that. And so people get assigned a job, they go do their job. If you don't like your job, too bad, you go do your job anyway, or you don't eat because the socialists control access to the food supply.
Yes. They'd be better off without. because it was precisely that system of privilege or advantage or relative benefit that prevented poor whites and poor blacks from standing shoulder to shoulder and facing their common enemy. That was his position. He wrote, the slaveholders, with a craftiness peculiar to themselves, by encouraging the enmity of...
No, this is not how it's going to work. The community council decides what needs to be produced. That's how that works.
The poor laboring white man against the blacks succeeded in making said white man.
There's precedent for this in organizations, by the way. Has anyone ever heard of a holocracy? Holocracies started becoming a trend in organizations right when I started my organizational psychology practice back in 2012, long ass time ago. And Zappos was one of the biggest companies to transition to being a holocracy. Now, the business model is an abysmal failure, just like communism. But what a holocracy is a company with no managers. And everyone works in manager pods. And like not manager pods, they work in pods of employees where people are assigned different duties and then everyone has to come together like they're on a commune. Yes, exactly. Holocracy. This was essentially communizing the workplace. I didn't realize it at the time, but even back then, to my credit, I was like, holocracies are you guys can go back and look at some of my earlier writings on LinkedIn where I was reaming Zappos. I was like, holocracies are a horrible idea for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. This is never going to work. I'm going to tell you, and this is back when I was like a baby organizational psychologist. I was even right all the time then. And I was like, this is like a really bad idea. No one should do this holocracy bullshit because like people need managers, people need hierarchy. I didn't equate it at the time. I was like, it didn't occur to me that this was communizing the organization because I just wasn't thinking in those terms at that time. And sure enough, Zappos lost like a metric ton of employees because no one wanted to work in that bullshit. Zappos went completely downhill once they instituted a company-wide holocracy. But that was a thing that was like the vogue thing to do in business back in like the early 2010s.
Almost as much of the slave as the black himself. Both are plundered by the same plunderer. Now the plunderers that he was talking about, the slave owners, they were white. So there was a group of white people who benefited from the existence of white supremacy. No doubt.
Slave owners.
But Douglas was emphasizing this was a small fraction of the white people in the South. Douglas saw that there were differences of class among the white people around him. Well, a small minority of them, the slave owners, had an interest in preserving white supremacy. The majority of them, who were poor, had an interest in destroying white supremacy. So the majority of whites who had an interest in destroying white supremacy shared that interest with all black people.
Pop quiz, why is he saying the majority of whites have an interest in destroying white supremacy? Because you might imagine if they're talking about skin color and they're talking about white people being like at the top of society because of their skin color, then why would the majority of whites, according to him, have an interest in destroying white supremacy? What do you guys think? This is an official pop quiz. Why is his position that the majority of white people have an interest in destroying white supremacy? Because they will do better under socialism. White supremacy means capitalist supremacy. Because they're workers. They will do better under socialism. Exactly. White supremacy means capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. Every single time they're referring to whiteness, white supremacy, anti-racism, all of those things, it is because they believe that capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, created slavery in the United States. Slavery is when people are owned as private property. The ownership of people as private property created systemic racism, which is outcomes, disparities in outcomes that align with racial class based on Black people being owned as private property. But what people don't talk about when they're talking about systemic racism is that the system that is upholding racism is capitalism. When they're talking about institutional racism, the institution that is upholding racism is capitalism, because racism no longer means that white people believe they are better than Black people. That's not what they're referring to. They're referring to systemic or institutional racism, and they're referring to the system of capitalism, which they believe is responsible for slavery in the first place. So that's why he's saying that the majority of white people have a vested interest in overthrowing white supremacy, because it's not about your skin color at all. It's about overthrowing the capitalist oppressors. Does that make sense to everyone? Let me know if you have questions.
Douglas understood that there was a certain way that someone like him was supposed to think about the structure of his society. Someone like him was supposed to think that the really deep and important division within his society was between white people and Black people. So that the whites were all on one side and had one set of interests. The Blacks were all on the other side and they had another set of interests. Douglas saw that this was a false conception of the structure of his society, and that it was not just false, it was a deception. It was a deception perpetrated by the wealthy white slave owners for the express purpose of subjugating everyone else, whether white or Black. Now, the Marxist term for this kind of subterfuge is ideology. This is one of the things that that term can apply to. Marx famously claimed that the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, and Douglas's analysis of his society provides a perfect illustration of what Marx meant by that. The prevailing idea in Douglas's time, the one that he was conveying against in quotations I read, the idea that poor white people had more in common with wealthy white people than they had in common with poor Black people. This idea was a useful untruth. Now, who was it useful to? It was useful to the wealthy white slave owners. It was an idea of the ruling class in the sense that its circulation served an important function in sustaining the power of that slave owners exercised over everyone else. It was a ruling idea in the sense that it was an idea that enabled rulers to rule. But notice that the crucial untruth, as Frederick Douglass saw it, was an idea that most people, or not very many people today, would accept. Namely, that most white people benefit from white supremacy.
Yep.
That's a very common idea amongst people who are against racism. And if you think that, then that's going to inform what you think needs to be done to overcome racism. But that idea, according to Frederick Douglass, is a useful lie perpetrated by people who divide us so that we can't join arm in arm against our real enemy. Now, it might seem hyperbolic or metaphorical to claim that we can be ruled by ideas, but in fact, it's not, I think. If you think about it, there are really just two main ways of subordinating people. One is to threaten them, and the other is to pit them against each other. The success of the first method requires that the victims understand what's happening. The success of the second method requires that they misunderstand what's happening. So insofar as I'm threatening you, I need you to understand that you are being threatened. If I say to you, your money or your life, but I don't enunciate it, and you think I said, your mom looks like your wife, or something, then I'm not going to successfully threaten you, and I'm not going to get what I want. If I'm going to succeed, you must understand what I'm trying to do to you. I need threaten. Otherwise, you're not going to do what I want. But it's different with the other method. In order to gain the upper hand over a group of people by sowing division among them, it is imperative that they not understand what is happening. They need to be in the dark about the dynamic that's at work. This is so for an obvious reason. If they understood that they were being pitted against each other, then they would also see that they have a common interest in joining against whoever is pitting them against each other. So the misunderstanding of the situation is essential to the success of that method of subordinating. To act in solidarity is to act from the recognition that you have been pitted against someone who is not your enemy by someone else who is.
Okay, so that's actually
the fundamental.
That's actually a really interesting definition of solidarity. To act in solidarity, you are being pitted against someone else. It means recognizing that you are being pitted against someone who is not your enemy by someone who is. We're going to listen to that again. Were Marxists indoctrinated in college or through critical pedagogy in K through 12 schools? Okay. I am going to recommend that you unlearn the term critical pedagogy or literally anything else that you have learned from James Lindsay. Okay. Every single college student today started going to school in an educational system that was completely taken over by equity departments that were infusing equity. And yes, critical pedagogy, but most people don't understand what critical pedagogy means in the K through 12 schools since they were 5 years old. Why do you need to unlearn what James Lindsay told you? Because James Lindsay is not hinged into reality of how the world works, which he proves to us over and 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 over again. So if you want me to answer your question, which you're not super chatting in, by the way, I'm answering this as a freebie. The far left worked for 100 years to take over K through 12 public schools. This process ended, and they were completely successful with it round about 2008, 2009, 2010. What started happening in 2008, 2009, 2010? Equity departments started popping up in school districts all over the country. James Lindsay is not going to teach you this because he doesn't know this. The equity departments are where they were doing professional development training for the teachers. It's where they were making sure that equity was infused throughout the curriculum. So the equity departments are directly related and responsible for the fact that every single college student today has been educated in a public school that was entirely seeped in equity from the time they were in kindergarten. Now, was it happening before that? Sure, in some places it was. This stuff popped up a lot earlier in some places in the more left-leaning school districts. Was college doing the indoctrination, and is college still doing it today? Yes, of course it was. But today's college students started learning this when they were 5 years old. If you have a child in public schools right now, they are learning this. Even in red states, even in red cities, even if you have an entirely red school board, it doesn't matter. Well, then James is about 10 years behind me on this one because the colleges have not been the main indoctrination source for a really long time. So what you're again telling me, and why I keep telling people to stop fucking listening to what James is telling them, because he is woefully behind what is actually going on, because he is not hinged into reality, is the colleges are secondary at this point, bro. The colleges have been secondary since 2008, 2009, 2010. The K through 12 schools is where the indoctrination is taking place. The colleges are just the final cherry on top. James can talk about Henry Giroux all he wants. We watched Henry Giroux on this channel. It's not as though we're unaware of it. But what I'm trying to articulate to you is that if James has not explained to you, and I'm sure he has not, that equity departments started popping up in public school districts all over the country, in every single school district, in 2008, 2009, 2010, then he is not aware of where the real problem is happening right now and why it's happening. If he thinks it's just Henry Giroux and critical pedagogy, I'm sorry, he's wrong. He is overlooking the key driver of what is doing it, which is the goddamn equity departments. See, the reason I'm telling people to stop fucking listening to James Lindsay is I have to, I spend more time these days on helping people to unlearn the bullshit that James Lindsay has taught them than I do doing almost anything else. How much further along would we be right now if James Lindsay wasn't shilling bullshit that is completely unhinged from reality and what's important? I don't know, man. Kate, thank you, doing a super chat for this pause. Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, James is wrong about that. It happened in 2008, 2009, 2010 on a nationwide. Does James provide any receipts or does he just make shit up? What's James's evidence? The schools have not been compromised nationwide that long. That is just provably false. They got fully compromised in 2008, 2009, 2010. So I want to see James's receipts because I have the receipts. I know when the equity department started, and I know what the equity departments do. Does James ever talk about the equity departments? Are we going to be arguing all night about James Lindsay's perspective, or are we actually going to be listening to real life socialists in the real world? If you want to listen to James and believe the bullshit James is telling you, you're more than welcome to do that. But I'm getting really sick and tired of having to unteach people this shit. How do we fix this? You learn. You sit here and you learn the language. You sit here and you learn what the left is actually doing. If you are unwilling to do that, there will be no strategy that you can implement that will be effective. So sit and learn.
Idea. It's a matter of perceiving an attempt to divide and conquer, and of acting on this perception in the only rational way, by joining forces so far as possible with those from whom one would otherwise be divided. So understood, solidarity is not, to act in solidarity is not to act in a selfless way. It's not a matter of coming to someone's rescue. A man who opposes the oppression of women out of solidarity does not do so only because the oppression of women is bad for women, but also because it's bad for men. A native-born worker who opposes the hyper-exploitation of immigrant workers out of solidarity does not do so only because the hyper-exploitation of immigrant workers is bad for immigrant workers, but also because it is bad for native-born.
So what he's saying here is essentially that being a good comrade, being in solidarity, means that you will do whatever you can to eliminate any hierarchy, because even if that hierarchy benefits you, it will be more beneficial to you to have no hierarchy. Does everyone understand that? He's saying that even men should want to get rid of sexism because it's going to be better for men if sexism doesn't exist. What he's saying is it's going to be better for everyone if hierarchy doesn't exist. Hierarchy is the same thing as equity. Eliminating hierarchy is the same thing as instituting equity. And equity, of course, means communism.
It's not selfish. It's not an act of charity. not an act of brotherly love. That's supposed to be an act that doesn't involve doing what's in your own interest. And that's the point. I think this is maybe the place to contrast solidarity so conceived with
Correct,
the idea
Peter. No hierarchy
of
means
privilege,
communism.
or
Correct.
a politics based on the idea of privilege. By way of thinking about the question whether, for example, white people are privileged in as white supremacist society, or whether men are privileged in a patriarchal society. I think
Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. Rottweiler says, how do we fix this? Learn to speak socialist language, educate your community, sow distrust, homeschool or search a homeschooling community. Counter movements start small by word of mouth. I think that's all great advice, Rottweiler. Listen, for anyone that's looking for tactics, I'm not going to give them to you. I wrote an entire book called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke left, or the woke insanity in your life. You can find it on Amazon if you really want to buy it. And I stand by everything in that book. That book has 4 chapters of checklists of things people can do to fight back. But the thing is that when I wrote that book, I didn't realize that the real thing people needed to do was learn the language, because if they hadn't learned the language, they weren't going to be able to completely comprehend what was required to do to fight back. And so the answer that I always give to people when they ask me, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? It's a deeply unsatisfying answer, because I am not going to give you a quick fix. There is no quick fix. There is none. There is no, I can't go out and say, just get elected to your school board and that'll fix everything, because it won't. And I'm not going to lie to you and say that it will. It will not fix anything. Because school boards in this country, unless you live in Vermont or Connecticut, do not control the curriculum. There has not been a single school board election that has gotten equity out of schools. I promise you. It's already been there. It's been there for a really long time. And the only way that we start to solve this problem is if people start to learn the language so they can recognize the language when it shows up. But the sad thing is most people are not willing to do that, because learning the language takes a long time. There is no quick fix. There is no shortcut. There is no any of that. If you are not willing to sit here and listen to the socialists and learn the language of the left, then you're not going to be useful in fighting back in any real way. And the rest is just noise. The rest is just busy work. It's just killing time until they win. So hunker down. There are no quick fixes for learning this new language. That's you can't. It would be like if you didn't speak French at all, and you said, can you just teach me French in like a couple of lessons? Can you just teach me French in a couple? Like, no, I can't. I'm sorry. I actually can't. That's not the way that learning a foreign language works. But if you come and you show up for the streams and you watch the deep dives I do into the far left, and you take the classes that I do, you'll be able to learn it a lot more quickly. And I want to thank you, little poet boy, for becoming a new member of the channel. I really do appreciate it.
That from the perspective of if privilege is the only idea, political concept that you're operating with, you're not in a position to understand the kind of position that Frederick Douglass was describing. Because, look, the answer whether the poor Black people that Douglass was talking about enjoyed privileges relative to their poor white counterparts is obviously yes. I mean, that's obviously. But asking whether somebody's privileged is like asking whether somebody's taller. It just doesn't make sense. Are you taller? Taller than who? Taller than what? So you can be privileged relative to, say a man can be privileged relative to his female counterpart in a sexist society such as ours. But does he enjoy privilege because there is patriarchy? Well, to answer that question, you have to consider his position relative to what his position would be without patriarchy, Or again, like, do white people benefit from racism? Well, if you're asking whether a white worker benefits relative to his or her, you know, working class black counterpart, the answer is clearly yes. Otherwise, we're talking about racial oppression. But do they benefit relative to their own position, absent racism? No, or at least that was Frederick Douglass's position. So it depends on what you're talking about. It's a relative question, and it requires a relative answer. So that's how it's possible to say what Frederick Douglass was saying. Obviously, white people enjoy privileges, poor white people enjoy privileges relative to poor black people. Nevertheless, poor white people would be better off if they didn't have those privileges. Both things are possible. So, do white people benefit from slavery? Yes and no.
Hey, thank you, Little Poet Boy. Little Poet Boy says, I've been a subscriber for maybe 3 years or so, just finally in a position where I can support. I really do appreciate that, and congratulations on getting in a position where you can support influencers that are helping you. You know, I mean, that's the way it works, guys. If you are in listen, I'm just going to make the ask. Like, if you are in a position to support the work I'm doing, I hope you'll consider doing so. I basically spend 12 to 16 hours a day doing this so I can break it down for you guys. And when you're in a position to support the work I'm doing, you're compensating for people who are not in a position to support it. So I really want to keep as much of my content free as possible. This has been a struggle for me for years now because there is a delicate balance between being able to actually pay my bills doing this, because you don't get rich being on YouTube teaching socialism, like spoiler alert, and actually being able to deliver content to the most people possible. So if you're in a position to support my work, I hope you'll consider becoming a member of the channel. I hope you'll consider joining my Substack, Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year. I give a variety of perks to people who do. Super chats help as well. And I really do appreciate it.
But the idea of a privileged politics only really puts you in a position to understand one of those, and not the deepest one, or not the deepest one on view of Frederick Douglass. So that, it goes without saying, I hope that the lines along which people are pitted against each other need to be racial. They can be lines of gender, or sexuality, or religion. They can be national borders, so that workers in the U.S. are pitted against foreign-born workers or workers that are still living abroad, native-born workers versus immigrants, and under capitalism, each individual worker is pitted against every other worker in the competition for jobs. But seeing this competition and this pitting of one of us against the others of us is crucial for understanding solidarity, and it's the pervasiveness of this structure that explains why solidarity is the cornerstone of Marxist politics. It's instructive to consider what Douglass says about white and black workers in the southern United States to what Marx wrote out of
Tim, you're not at that stage yet, bro. You're not at I promise you, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm trying to give you a reality check. You're not at that stage yet. But you will be if you keep listening. And when you do get to that stage, you will know.
About the same time, a couple years earlier, about English.
Remember, Tim, you just came here from conservatives who are lying to you about what's going on. You have a lot of information to unlearn from the people that you've been listening to. So if you think you know the language of the left, but you don't understand what he's saying, or if you think you know the language of the left, but you don't understand why they are completely ideologically consistent, you're not there yet. That's okay. Everyone's in a different place. I appreciate that, little poet boy. Thank you.
Irish workers in England. Quote, this is Marx, all English industrial and commercial centers now possess a working class split into two hostile camps, English proletarians and Irish proletarians. The ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker because he sees in him a competitor who lowers his standard of life. Compared with the Irish worker, he feels himself a member of the ruling nation. For this very reason, he makes himself into a tool of the aristocrats and capitalists against Ireland, and thus strengthens their dominion over himself. His attitude towards the Irish worker is much the same as that of the poor whites to the Negroes in the former slave states of the United States. The Irishman pays him back with interest in his own money. He sees in the English worker both the accomplice and the stupid tool of English rule in Ireland. This antagonism is artificially sustained and intensified by the press, by the pulpit, by the comment papers, in short, by all the means at the disposal of the ruling classes. This antagonism is the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret which enables the capitalist class to maintain its power, as this class is perfectly aware. Expressing a support for the North in the Civil War, March would later write Capital. In the United States of America, every independent movement of the workers was paralyzed as long as slavery disfigured a part of the republic. Labor cannot emancipate itself in the white skin wherein the black is branded. Even today, labor in the black skin is branded. Black people are branded in the way that is useful to, and because it is useful to, for no other reason than that it is useful to, a tiny class of people who control the vast wealth of our society, and who therefore control the things that all of us need for a decent life. The branding of black people is useful to this tiny class of society for exactly the same reason that Frederick Douglass identified, because it pits labor in the white skin against labor in the black skin. There is therefore a very close relation between racism and capitalism.
Oh!
This relation is often mentioned.
What? What was that? What was that? Did he just say there's a very close relationship between racism and capitalism? I know it didn't pick up in the subtitles. Let's listen to that again.
The same reason that Frederick Douglass identified, because it pits labor in the white skin against labor in the black skin. There is therefore a very close relation between racism and capitalism. This relation is often mentioned, but I think it's often misdescribed. When people say that racism is a byproduct of capitalism.
Racism is a byproduct of capitalism. Who just explained that less than half an hour ago? That the left believes that capitalism created, which is defined as private property ownership, created slavery. Slavery is the owning of people as private property. Slavery created systemic racism, where the system that upholds racism is capitalism. Institutional racism is when the institution that upholds racism is capitalism. One more time.
When people say that racism is a byproduct of capitalism.
Byproduct of capitalism.
This formulation is intended to convey that they're inextricably linked somehow. But I think it's important that we get clearly into what kind of link it is. The problem with thinking of racism as a byproduct of capitalism is that a byproduct serves no purpose.
Oh no, he's going to go say that racism is capitalism. Capitalism is racism.
For example, if in order to make a house, you saw a board in half, then inevitably you're going to make a little sawdust. Here, the product of labor is a house, and the sawdust is a mere byproduct. That is, the sawdust is an incidental side effect.
He's saying that racism is not just a byproduct of capitalism. Racism is the end result of capitalism. Check this out.
Production, though perhaps unavoidable, serves no purpose. In the reproduction of capitalism, racism is not the sawdust. It's the salt.
Oh!
It's a tool used by the working class to divide the rest of it. And unlike any byproduct, it has a
racism is a tool of capitalism.
Definite function. That's why.
He's saying that racism is a tool that capitalism created in order to divide people. Does everyone understand that? We'll listen to this again. I just want to hear all the way through, and then we'll go back and we'll listen to it again.
Any clear-eyed anti-capitalism must be anti-racist.
Any clear idea of capitalism must be anti-racism.
The same can be said about sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and other forms of oppression. Any form of anti-capitalism must oppose every form of oppression.
Any form of anti-capitalism must be anti-racism. Any form of anti-capitalism must be anti-sexism, anti-et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let's go back and listen again. So basically, again, just to reiterate, he's going to start out by saying, you know, some people say that racism is the byproduct of capitalism. And that would be bad enough, but it's not even that. It's that racism is a tool of capitalism in order to keep people divided. Does that make sense? No, Peter, that's not correct. That's not what he's talking about. This is not about anyone's lived experience. He's saying that capitalism utilizes racism in order to keep people divided so that they don't fight capitalism. So in order to be truly anti-racist, you must be, or excuse me, in order to be truly anti-capitalist, you must be anti-racist, because the only way that you are going to like defeat capitalism is by some acknowledgement that the divisions that are caused by the tools of capitalism, like racism, sexism, identity politics, et cetera, are just used to keep people divided. Remember, the title of this presentation is what do we mean by solidarity? They're trying to get all of these disparate groups to come in and work together. Workers of the world unite to defeat capitalism, okay? So they're saying that you guys might think you're divided. You might think you're divided by racism or sexism or any of these things, but the reason that you think you're divided is because of capitalism. Capitalism created the tools that created the divisions. Does that make sense to everyone? Let's listen.
That hits labor of white skin against labor of black skin. There is therefore a very close relation between racism and capitalism. This relation is often mentioned, but I think it's often misdescribed when people say that racism is a byproduct of capitalism. Well, this formulation is intended to convey that they're inextricably linked somehow, but I think it's important that we get clearly into what kind of link it is.
Hang on. Tyrone, don't disrupt my chat by trying to debunk. The point of this is not to debunk. The point of this is to listen. Don't disrupt my chat with debunking. I'm going to go back again. I want everyone to listen.
A very close relation between racism and capitalism. This relation is often mentioned, but I think it's often misdescribed when people say that racism is a byproduct of capitalism. Well, this formulation is intended to convey that they're inextricably linked somehow, but I think it's important that we get clearly into what kind of link it is. The problem with thinking of racism as a byproduct of capitalism is that a byproduct serves no purpose in the process of which it is a byproduct. For example, if in order to make a house, you saw a board in half, then inevitably you're going to make a little sawdust. Here, the product of labor is a house, and the sawdust is a mere byproduct. That is, the sawdust is an incidental side effect whose production, though perhaps unavoidable, serves no purpose. In the reproduction of capitalism, racism is not the sawdust. It's the salt. It's a tool used by the working class to divide the rest of it. And unlike any byproduct, it has a definite function. That's why any clear-eyed anti-capitalism must be anti-racist. The same can be said about sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and other forms of oppression. Any form of anti-capitalism must oppose every form of oppression, because every form of oppression is a means, a tool by which people with a shared interest are divided. If the ruling class uses racism and other forms of oppression to pit us against each other for the sake of extracting profits from us, then there's a definite order of ends and means, and this order is also important to recognize. Racism.
So Tim is asking, do socialists view woke identity politics as antithetical to their cause? What he's saying is that the capitalist class, the bourgeois class, uses identities in order to keep people divided so that they don't like turn against the masters, essentially. So, I mean, this is, how do I explain this? Socialists don't really engage in identity politics in the way that people think that they do. Again, because libs of TikTok and conservative influencers have lied to them. When you go to socialist events, and for people who don't know, I've been to many of them undercover, so I've actually been in the room with the door closed where there's no camera and anything like that. They don't care about race. They don't care about gender. They don't care if you're trans or you're not trans. They don't care. They actually legitimately don't care about any of this stuff. They use these ideas as coded language in order to keep people on the conservative right chasing their goddamn tail in a constant state of distraction to what they're really doing. And this is why I say conservative influencers like libs of TikTok and the Daily Wire and Charlie Kirk and Jack Posobiec and all of these things, all of these people are useful idiots of the left. Because they take all this bullshit that's put online and they get the conservative right all ginned up over, oh my God, the left hates white people. They all hate white people. They don't hate white people. The majority of people at their events are white people. They never mention actual race. Anytime they're referencing whiteness, it's a reference to capitalism. So, do they view it as antithetical to their cause? No, I think they view it as a key tool in their toolbox to keep the conservative right in a constant state of distraction so that they will be left unencumbered to do exactly what they want in the world. They want to get rid of the banks. They also want to get rid of all money. Yes, capitalism wants to eliminate, Marxism wants to eliminate capitalism. You have to keep in mind that unlike anything that James Lindsay is going to clearly explain to you, capitalism is specifically defined as private property ownership. Is he claiming that racism is a tool invented by capitalism? Yes. That's exactly what he's saying. Racism is a tool that was invented by capitalism. It's also a tool that is being used to perpetuate capitalism. So it's actually both. Let me see. I'm just going through the chat. Thanks for making things simpler to understand. I would have never thought in. I don't know what that last word is, but thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it.
Is the means. Profit is the end, not vice versa. Capitalism does not exist for the sake of racism. People aren't out there making money so that they can abuse black people. That's not the way. Go the other way. Racism exists for the sake of capitalism, fighting capitalism. Every blow struck against white supremacy, or against sexism, or transphobia, or homophobia, Islamophobia, damages a tool of the ruling class, and is therefore a blow against that class. Now, this is not to say that the only thing wrong.
So they're saying that the ruling class uses racism, sexism, homophobia in order to keep the workers oppressed. And so what they mean is every single blow dealt to the idea of racism or sexism or homophobia is a blow to the bourgeois class. Does everyone understand?
Racism or any other form of oppression is the instrumental role it plays in sustaining capital. Global capitalism was suddenly overthrown in a socialist revolution, and it's clear that the cultural and psychological effects of centuries of racialized and gendered violence would not disappear on their own. Their eradication would require a tremendous concerted effort. But one very important thing would be different after capitalism was gone. Racism would have lost its reason for being.
When capitalism is gone, racism will have lost its reason for being. Oh, tell us more, Socialist.
The system of exploitation that calls it into existence day after day, and sustains it in place.
Peter, I'm going to really recommend that you stop fucking listening to James Lindsay and you come over here to hinge yourself into reality. Who is this guy? This guy is a college professor at the University of Chicago, or he was when this presentation was recorded. Is he influential in any way? Yes. You guys, because you listen to James fucking Lindsay, have no idea who's influential and have no idea who's driving the agenda because he doesn't tell you who they are. We do. Is he influential? You're goddamn right he is. He's teaching students. Why is he speaking in a grade school? Because this is where they're holding their training event, bro. He's not speaking to children. He's speaking to other socialists. Let's go back.
But one very important thing would be different after capitalism was gone. Racism would have lost its reason for being. The system of exploitation that calls it into existence.
Yes, Reagan is right. Guys, this is how the left organizes. If you've never seen the left do a training like this, then your influencers have failed you. This is literally how the left organizes. Is they do small trainings, small classes every single weekend, all over the place. They video those trainings, they share them out, they write books, they do lectures in coffee shops, they have meetups, they do all this stuff in person. This is what organizing actually looks like. This is how they're winning. This is the boring stuff. This is why the influencers never show you this. Because this is actually what's required to win.
Racism would have lost its reason for being. The system of exploitation that calls it into existence day after day, and sustains it in place. This system would no longer be there to sustain it in place. Racism would no longer have any work to do in the reproduction of human life. And that would make the task of addressing the cultural and psychological infrastructure of white supremacy much different and much more tractable than it is today. And that's why any clear-eyed anti-racism must be anti-capitalist.
Any clear idea of anti-racism must be anti-capitalism. He's laying it all out tonight, guys. Kazmar, this is why Carlin is so good. Deep dives. Hey, I appreciate that, Kazmar. Thank you. Rottweiler says, being influential doesn't mean having a massive online platform. They have the institutional power and education to pass their ideas to the next generation. Yeah, I mean, this is how things work in the real world, you know, like the influencers and the YouTube obsessed like idiots are like really do a disservice. Hang on. They really do a disservice. Just Bitter, I don't know why you were posting stuff in the Rumble chat. If I wrongly removed that, I apologize. But like, I'm a little concerned that those weren't actually links to my channel because there's no reason to post that on Rumble. So if I wrongfully moderated you, I apologize. But like I can't have people posting random links in my chat. Like, cause I don't know that that's actually me. Anyway, I don't even know what I was just saying. I don't know what I was saying anymore. I was distracted by moderating my Rumble chat. Okay, I don't know what I was saying anymore. We're going to just continue.
So, why do socialists argue that the struggle against oppression and exploitation should be rooted in the solidarity of working class people? Not for any reason other than that that's what's necessary for us to win. There's no other good way of arguing for politics, I think. If somebody wants to argue for the superiority of privileged politics, then they need to show, the argument needs to have this form. This is how we win. If it doesn't have that form, it's out. So the politics of solidarity is based not on a warm feeling, but on a sober analysis of the shit we're in and on a calculation about how to get out of it. The analysis, the first part of the analysis is that we, ordinary people of no matter what race, who work for a living or who are expected to do so, and who, if we are lucky enough to earn a paycheck, live from one paycheck to the next, we, all of us, have a common enemy who is plundering us all. A tiny class of people who control the vast wealth of our society and who therefore control all the things we need for a decent life. Things like healthy food, education, medical care, leisure time, freedom from debt, an undestroyed environment, and not being killed by the food. The second plank of the analysis is that this tiny class of people is able to plunder us largely because it is able to prevent us from appreciating our common interest in removing them. The calculation is that they are powerful, and the only way we are powerful enough to remove them is by working together. Because we're many and they're few, we must not allow ourselves to be pitted against each other. We have to fight against every form of oppression, because any form of oppression divides our strength and is an obstacle to us.
Any form of oppression divides our strength and is an obstacle. When you hear the slogan, Queers for Palestine, and the conservative right is completely confused, why would queers be for Palestine? Because any form of oppression is an obstacle and just used to divide the comrades from being in solidarity with each other. Being queer is to be oppressed. Being Palestinian is to be oppressed. Who are they oppressed by? The capitalist bourgeois oppressors. Israel are these settler colonists who are oppressing the Palestinians. Queer people are oppressed by normativity. That's why queer Marxism wants to undo normativity by abolishing the gender binary and the nuclear family to destabilize what we believe are the norms in our society. They're both considered to be oppressed. All forms of oppression are seen as obstacles to solidarity. That's what Queers for Palestine means.
If you just took all of us as we are and just dropped us into an imaginary social utopia with all of our ideas being the way they are, a mix of really good and bad, all of us, that's not going to work out. That's not going to go anywhere. Everybody knows it. So the question is, how do all of our, we've got to go through this process. We've got to win it for ourselves, because in the process of figuring it out together and emancipating ourselves, that we
Tayton, is it that people of color are oppressed by whiteness, or is it that everyone is oppressed by whiteness? Is it people of color, Or is it what? Or is it everyone that's oppressed by whiteness? Let me know. Bad Cat says socialist and Leninist organizations are governments by democratic centralism, as by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, a hierarchical top down. No, I won't be doing a video on that, and I appreciate the super chat, but as a reminder, I only deal in what socialist activists are doing in the real world today. So if you want someone else to do a video on that, I'm sure there are many people who would be more than willing to, but that's not a video that I'm going to be doing because it's not socialist activists in the real world today. Why are the Jews the oppressive settlers instead of the original inhabitants? Because it has nothing to do with them being Jewish. If you think that the college campuses are about anti-Semitism, then you need to stop listening to the influencers who are lying to you. It has nothing to do with them being Jewish. It has to do with them, Israel, colonizing Palestinian indigenous land. That's what it has to do with. It could be any other group. It doesn't matter that they're Jewish.
That we change on a massive scale and become fit to live in some other way. Because it's a real question, like how could we as we are ever live together in a way that's deeper than how we are? And I think it's the struggle itself which has to be there. Which means which has big implications for how we organize. You know, like it means that we need to bring as many people into the struggle as possible. That is, we need massive movements, not little movements of people who are already woke and already know everything, are already way ahead and already wondering where everyone else is. No. If what I was just saying is true, we need these movements to be massive, and that means we need to invite people who are not yet part of it in. And that means we need to make allowances for the fact that they, like we, have all sorts of mixed up ideas. That doesn't mean making excuses for them or anything else, but it means like recognizing that that's just inevitable. What do you expect? I mean, like were you born a radical? I wasn't. Like that's how we need people who are not yet radical to become radical on a massive scale. And so we need to organize with a view to making that possible. And for that precise reason, so that consciousness can change genuinely.
All right. Oh, closing remarks. 6 more minutes for this one.
What to say right now, in terms of closing, I feel like a lot has been said. A lot of valuable things have been contributed tonight. Just piggyback on how I think the challenge now is to get involved. So some immediate events. Or
thank you, Pazu.
Immediate future.
I'm glad I could help.
You can join folks who are committed to struggling against the system. And to Steve's point, organizing for what, right? We're organizing for socialism. We can do better than capitalism, and that is a fundamental starting point for us, and we're willing to grind and work it out. I think this whole thing, what we're talking about tonight, ideological struggle, is it's probably important to keep in mind. It's not an easy thing, right? It's tough to get in a room with folks and really confront them and battle, over ideas, right? But it's necessary, right? And so I think it's important to hold each other accountable in love, be ruthless in our critiques in love, with the thought that we can win people over, right? This is a superior position that we hold. This is the one that's going to enable us to win. It's the one that's going to enable us to create the world that's possible, right? That we can fashion. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course they don't believe that the Israelis are indigenous. That's why they call them the settler colonists. Because that colonizer is inherently not indigenous. Colonizer is a bourgeois capitalist group that comes in to privatize indigenous land, to steal land from the indigenous people and privatize it under the oppressive force of capitalism. Okay? What the Palestinians are doing is decolonizing the land. Regardless of what James Lindsay says with his one cherry-picked paper, decolonization does not necessarily mean violent revolution, although it can, and in this case it did, but it doesn't always actually mean violent revolution. It just means to remove the oppressive force of capitalism. Decolonization efforts are happening all around us all the time. Equity departments in schools are to decolonize the schools, to remove the oppressive force of capitalism, to institute equity, which is going to replace capitalism. But of course, they don't view the Israelis as indigenous. That's why they're calling them settler colonists in the first place.
There's one question that was still lingering that I feel like didn't get addressed that Alex raised, and that was what does solidarity look like? I think it's important to know when we see it. Not only so that we know it's possible and real, like a real force, but so that we know what to aim for it. I think that we've seen some.
Because corporations have bought into DEI because DEI is the delivery mechanism for equity. DEI is a low-level delivery mechanism for equity. That's all it is. It's delivering. The 4 goals of the woke left are always the same. And I know you're relatively new, so maybe you haven't memorized them yet, but I strongly encourage you to. I have an article on my Substack about them. I've done like 8,000 videos on them. The 4 goals of the woke left are always the same. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. DEI offices exist because people who were indoctrinated into equity their entire lives in public schools and then in colleges went into the workplace and started bringing all the ideas they learned in college and in K through 12 schools into the workplace. And those ideas included DEI because they've been being taught equity from the time they're 5 years old, okay? And so DEI is the delivery mechanism for equity in the workplace, which is Marxism, essentially. It's designed to destabilize the workplace and make a direct impact on capitalism. Do you think communists want corporations to exist? Do communists think corporate DEI is good? Yeah, because DEI will destroy organizations. That's why they think it's good. Communists don't want organizations to exist. Communists don't want capitalism to exist. Communists want to take over the means of production. Oh, so James Lindsay rarely talks about colonization, which is basically the main topic that we're talking about today in terms of Israel and Palestine and why Queers for Palestine is a thing. James, you're telling me James Lindsay hasn't taught his audience the basics about why Queers for Palestine is a thing, what colonization means, why land blessings are a thing, what it actually means? I mean, I'm sure that you're trying to say this as a good point in terms of, like, James doesn't even talk about this. Well, James talks about that Fannin paper all the time on Twitter. And James, because he has talked about that Fannin paper all the time on Twitter, has convinced a good number of conservative influencers that decolonization means violent revolution, which it actually provably doesn't, because the socialist left talks about decolonization all the time in references that have nothing to do with violent revolution. So you're actually you're not making the point I think you are. Yes, DEI is the delivery mechanism, is a lower level delivery mechanism for Marxism in the workplace. Yes. BlackRock is a globalist organization, bro. Like, BlackRock wants globalism. I don't know what's confusing about that. Did you see the clip I sent that I had the lady saying corporations are using DEI to benefit them? If not, I can resend. I don't think I did see that, Tate, and I appreciate the super chat. Okay. Define colonization and decolonization for me. Let's test you and see how much you learn, because I literally just said it. Peter, if you know so much from listening to James Lindsay, then I need you to define what colonization and decolonization mean in the chat. We'll wait. There's always one every single goddamn week. Always one that thinks he knows everything and yet knows nothing. No one help him, please. We're going to patiently wait for Peter to define for us what colonization and decolonization means. I'm just going to sit here and drink. Nope, not correct, Peter. Do you want to try again? That's not correct. Try again. Not even in, not remotely, bro. Try again. You know everything after all. Peter has listened to every single episode of James Lindsay's podcast, and so Peter knows everything. Peter, define colonization and decolonization for us, please. No one help him. Yup. So I'm sure that James Lindsay taught you how to define decolonization and colonization. So let us know. How do you define colonization and decolonization? We'll wait, Peter. You've been causing problems all night. We'll wait. You've listened to every single one of James Lindsay's podcasts. James Lindsay knows everything according to you. James Lindsay has taught you everything. Can you define colonization and decolonization for us, please? Oh. Looks like Peter, who has been expertly taught by James Lindsay, cannot define colonization and decolonization. One more chance, Peter. Are you sure you don't even want to give it a try? We're going to give you one more chance. What? Like, I literally already defined it for you, bro. I defined it for you less than 10 minutes ago. Peter, this is why I told you at the beginning of the night that your job was to sit here and fucking listen. If you had taken my advice and listened to what I was saying, I literally just defined colonization and decolonization like 10 minutes ago, explicitly, but you weren't listening. You were waiting to talk and to tout the virtues of James Lindsay's bullshit. And now it looks as though James Lindsay's bullshit has ill-equipped you to define basic words that the left uses that are highly relevant in the world today. So, would anyone else in my chat like to define what colonization and decolonization means? The door is now open. Anyone can define it. What does colonization and decolonization mean? Decolonization equals removing capitalism and giving the land to the collective. Colonization is taking the land and making it private. Colonization means implementing the oppressive force of capitalism. Decolonization means removing capitalism and becoming collectivist. Bot and Liquid Marble were like waiting. Bot and Liquid Marble were like, let me do it, let me do it. They, like, I can tell Bot and Liquid Marble were like screaming at the computer, like waiting for their opportunity. Colonization equals the taking of previously collectivized indigenous land and privatizing it. Colonization is privatization under the oppressive force of capitalism. Decolonization is removing capitalism from the collective. Colonization means taking the land and making it private, putting it under the system of capitalist oppression. Yeah, James Lindsay's definition would be remove enlightenment, rationalism, and other principles of the liberal order and Western civilized thought from everything, everywhere, and replace it with other things. This would literally be James Lindsay's definition of, like, what would it be? Colonization. All right. Hopefully Peter learned some things. Hopefully he comes back next time a little bit more together than he was tonight. Just a little bit more. That's okay. We were all beginners once. I'd like to talk about how they use terms like decolonization deliberately because they know most people don't know what it means. I think it's good. I mean, I don't think it's good that they're trying to hoodwink most people, but yeah, most people don't know what it means, not because the definition isn't clear when you listen to the left, but most people don't know what it means because conservative influencers lie to them. All right, let's wrap this up. We only got a couple more minutes of this one.
Some of it in recent months. You know, I mean, after the inauguration, I mean, it's important to remember that there were 4 million people protesting. Were they all socialists and revolutionaries? And no, but you know, we're starting from where we are.
Wait. You didn't just make that up? Holy shit. So, this is literally James Lindsay's definition of colonization. Misconceptions wasn't just being smart. This is from a James Lindsay video about colonization. Holy shit. James Lindsay's literal definition of colonization is removing enlightenment, rationalism, and other principles of the liberal order and Western civilization thoughts from everything, everywhere, and replace it with other things. Or decolonization. This would probably be decolonization. Holy shit. Wow. And yet, it was from the transcript. You pulled it from the transcript. Wow. Yep, confirmed. James Lindsay has gone insane. He has. It's true. Yes, I would say that James is very much confusing people with his definitions. Yeah, I think that yeah. Yep.
And this is what it looks like at first on a massive scale. That's what it begins to look like, and that's a really important sign. I mean, what did it look like? What does it look like? It looked like the thing that happened the next week when after the Muslim ban was put out by Trump, and spontaneously within hours, tens of thousands of people were at airports demonstrating. They weren't all from 7 countries named, and from Mexico. There was a lot of stuff, and also we should recognize that part of the reason that could happen like that was because there had just been
Bro. How on earth can you defend a definition that literally says, hang on, where is it? Decolonization. Where is it? Where is the decolonization definition? Remove enlightenment, rationalism, and other principles of the liberal order and Western civilizational thought from everything, everywhere, and replace it with other things. How does that make sense? If you're saying that James Lindsay's definition of decolonization is bro. Well, he frames it differently, but that's exactly what they're doing. What exactly do you want normal people to be able to do with that definition? How exactly do you want normal people to be able to apply that definition in the real world? What does that definition even fucking mean? What things are it removing? What things is it replacing it with? Does James Lindsay understand what it's removing? Does James Lindsay understand what it's replacing it with? If he does, then why isn't that in the definition? If he doesn't, then why the ever-loving fuck is he creating a definition in the first place that is solely designed to confuse people? The fact that people still defend this, like, I swear to God. There is zero mention of capitalism in James Lindsay's definition. In fact, James Lindsay probably has no fucking idea how decolonization relates to capitalism because he thinks that this is all just a game and he's just fucking around. Do not come here and be a James Lindsay apologist. We've had enough of his bullshit. We have had enough. James other things Lindsay. Exactly. James's definition makes no sense.
4 million people in the streets a week before. And one of the really, I think, important parts of what happened on that night, the night of the protest at the airport, was the New York City taxi drivers strike, which was actually the largest part of that demonstration in a sense, because it involved tens of thousands who were on strike only for an hour. But it was a big deal for an hour. Like if you shut down JFK International Airport for an hour, they didn't shut it down. But if you did, that would really be felt around the world.
Ain't that true,
So,
God?
I mean, what part of what was important about that is, first of all, the statement they put out, which was all about solidarity, which recognized that, first of all, this wasn't merely a working issue. They weren't striking for an hour over their wages or working conditions, but they were partly striking about their working conditions. Because as they said in that statement, Islamophobia puts our lives at risk when we drive cars. But it doesn't just put our lives at risk, it puts at risk anyone who could be mistaken for a Muslim, frankly. But it also, I think, reminded us what the working class looks like. Because in a lot of the post-election discourse, we have white working class. But look, you want to know what the working class looks like? The working class looks like people who work at JFK. Taxi drivers, baggage handlers, restaurants.
All right, he's just talking about some strike thing now. I have no idea what this is. So we're going to move on. Why doesn't James just focus on a laser on private property and capitalism? I think that's a great question for James. I think that people should continue to ask James that. My guess is that James is being artful in his delivery, and James puts the artfulness of his delivery above conveying useful and relevant information. But that's just a guess. I don't think people understand the seriousness of this. I say that because no one is setting aside their ideology to find the truth. Yeah, I agree with that, Tate, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. All right. We've got one more thing to watch tonight. We're doing a little bit of a marathon. But this is only 45 minutes, but I want to watch it. Because this is a talk from the Socialism 2013 conference. So this is over 10 years old. This talk was given before gay marriage was legalized nationally. What that means is this talk was given before queer Marxists co-opted the legitimate LGBT rights movement that just wanted like gay marriage, and they just wanted to be able to get married and have insurance benefits and visit each other in the hospital. And that's all they wanted. And so I think what we're going to hear in this is talk about the distinction between queer liberation and the legitimate like gay rights movement that was just focused on gay marriage. And I want to hear the perspective before gay marriage was legalized. So we're really going back in the time machine for this one. I'm actually kind of excited by it. And we're going to see what the socialists were talking about literally 11 years ago. Let's see how much of what they talked about 11 years ago came to pass now. If you guys have not yet mounted that like button, I would really appreciate it if you would mount the like button. Please double check and make sure you are subscribed on whatever platform you are watching on. Rhino over on Rumble says, colonization equals capitalism. Decolonization equals anti-capitalism. Best definition yet. Rhino with the gold star. Colonization means capitalism. Decolonization means anti-capitalism. Can't get any simpler than that. Congratulations, Rhino. You are indeed smarter than James Lindsay. All right, guys, let's get this started. This is our last presentation for the night. I'm going to get another beer. I don't know if you guys are going to have another drink. Cheers to everyone who's here. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Was the communist man the out before this? I don't know what you're asking, Tayton. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're asking.
Because I'm always
Good find,
about
Human
it,
Centipede.
Since I will be using words interchangeably, I might as well say something about it. The sort of queer LGBT language issue, and I basically feel in some ways the same today as when I wrote the book, with certain tweaks, which is to say that I think language remains contextual, and at a gathering of Reds, who are somewhat fluent or conversant in LGBT or queer issues. The word queer is certainly readily understood, but among other people, clearly that word remains sort of shunned, and for very understandable reasons. And I might add, there's nothing radical about presuming that your entire...
Was that Mary Nardini gang manifesto out before this? I think it was, but I haven't gotten a firm date on when that manifesto was released. I heard one person say 2014, and I heard one person say 2008. So it could have been. Certainly the Mary Nardini gang was like a thing then. So I would say the ideas exist. So you found 2009. Okay, so we'll say yes. The Mary Nardini gang, all that stuff was out before this talk. Thank you, Human Centipede. Appreciate it.
Audience is under the age of 35, lives in an urban area, went to the university. But I have warmed to it. So I do use them in this talk interchangeably, but it is also worth noting that Generation Stonewall, which is today eligible for Social Security, largely does not use this term. So I'm quite fluid on this question. We'll just say that. So just to dispense with the language issue. I want to start off by saying there's been a debate on the queer left since the explosion of protests in 2008 in the aftermath of California's Prop 8, which, of course, as people here know, denied lesbians and gays the right to equal marriage in the first election that brought Obama to office. In essence, it has been posed as a debate between queer liberation or LGBT rights, and I could not have somehow picked a better week to have this conversation, because I think this conversation is likely to ratchet up again, re-raise itself at a more intense level for obvious reasons. The Supreme Court decision, that would be the one not denying blacks the right to vote, but the one allowing gays to marry. And in my book, Sexuality and Socialism, which came out a few months after the Prop 8 passed, in time for the 40th anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion, in it I took on a sort of unapologetic stance for the tactic of fighting for reforms alongside of others, while advancing a much more revolutionary vision of sexuality in society. And I do stand by the political perspective laid out in my book. But since then, I've come to believe that many of us on the left are talking past each other, and that as the reality shifts, our theory also has to rise to some of these new challenges. Some argue that the LGBT movement has lost its way, even moved backward. This is probably best, by pushing for equality demands, civil rights demands. And in fact, there's even a group here out of Chicago that has put up a website called Against Equality. That would be sort of the extreme of that particular argument. Meanwhile, on the right of the movement, and I would place the Human Rights Campaign among them, has a sort of single-minded focus.
The Human Rights Campaign was on the right of the LGBT movement. Can we just all wrap our heads around that? The Human Rights Campaign is a progressive lefty organization. And she just said that back in 2013, the Human Rights Campaign was on the right of the movement. That's crazy.
Focus on marriage, winning marriage equality since the end of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And curiously, or interestingly, or tellingly enough, chose 2012 on the heels of the worst depression since the worst depression, to honor, of all people, organizations or institutions, Goldman Sachs, the poster corporation for class inequality, which has now been feted by the wealthiest, most prominent gay rights organization, the HRC, or what many of us call Gay Inc. Sort of re-earns that title every few weeks, doesn't it? This talk is really an attempt to flesh out what I think should be a conversation among radicals with a liberatory sexual vision, and not simply about LGBT rights under capitalism, but I'd like to take this discussion perhaps a little bit further. And in it, I'd like to do essentially three things. One, advance our understanding of the contradiction of reforms under capitalism. Secondly, to talk about what is changing about the nature of the system 30 years into the ruling class's successful neoliberal offensive. And lastly, discuss whether or not capitalism still needs homophobia and transphobia in order to function into the coming era. All of those questions, I'm sure much more else will come up. First, let me reiterate very briefly my starting point, which is that LGBT rights, such as same-sex marriage, are civil rights that must be unapologetically defended by socialists and other leftists, not only for their own sake as material and social benefits under capitalism, especially for working class and poor LGBT people, but because reform is not a barrier. It's not a barrier to further struggles, but actually can often be a gateway to them instead. So the gateway drug to revolution. Socialists and other leftists defend strikes for higher pay and better health care, despite the fact that even complete and total victory means renegotiating the terms of exploitation, not ending the wage system itself. Radicals are almost always at the forefront of anti-war movements, demanding immediate withdrawal of all troops from this or that country, and an end to occupation, despite the fact that the US empire would continue to maintain some 700 plus bases in countries around the world. So leftists take these stands for reforms because we understand that the capitalist system and its imperial might is not going to end in one fell swoop. Reformist struggles can create the organizational and human material necessary for further transformation of society. Moreover, I think it does make a difference in the here and now, whether workers have more pay or couples, regardless of sexual orientation, have more rights. I may also add, perhaps this is obvious, but it ought to be stated, the left is really rarely consulted before masses take to the streets over this or that issue, so it's always up to us. So I think it might have been what Marx meant about, we do not make revolutions in conditions of our own choosing. It's also worth noting that the leading queer activists during the historical marker all of us on the left look to as the high point of gay struggle, which would be the late 60s and then the 1970s, often called for full equality under law, even as they put forward a far more revolutionary worldview, and named themselves after the enemy of U.S. imperialism, right? The Gay Liberation Front, of course, took its name from the National Liberation Front, which was the Viet Cong, the people who the U.S. government were fighting. And even in the more modern era, around ACT UP, which again has sort of been revitalized historically because of the new films that have come out about
Wait.
that. And, you know,
Was the left only opposed to Viet? I'm asking a question. I don't know the answer to this. Someone who is alive or has more. Well, I mean, bro, if you want to remain retarded for the rest of your life, you're allowed to like what you like, but I promise you, you are completely unhinged from reality. But you know what I found with the James Lindsay stance? You guys like being unhinged from reality. You guys get off on coming up with these conspiracy theories that have no basis in reality at all. You guys can't name any of the organizations pushing these ideas in the real world. You guys can't name any of the activists pushing these ideas in the real world. You guys can't define basic terms. You guys can't define capitalism. You guys can't define private property. You guys can't define colonization. You can't define decolonization. You can't define the patriarchy. You can't tell me how capitalism relates to gender. You can't tell me how capitalism relates to queer. You don't know why the left is pushing non-binary. You don't know the difference between trans and queer. Like, you're allowed to want to celebrate being a fucking retard. You're completely allowed to do that. But don't expect, Hans, who I'm sure looks nothing like your profile photo, that the rest of us aren't all going to point and laugh at you because you don't know what you're talking about, bro. So why come here? Why wait the 5 minutes to subscribe just to brag about the fact that you're a fucking retard? Let us know in the chat. Let us know. Let us know. Anyway, what I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted by the know-nothing James Lindsay stan. What? All right, Hans is getting banned. Goodbye. Was the left only opposed to the war in Vietnam because we were fighting the communists? Like, I'm actually asking a question. Was the left only opposed to the war in Vietnam because we were fighting communists in Vietnam? Well, according to James Lindsay stans, listening to primary source evidence of real socialist activists is a complete waste of time and is a child's version of communism, according to James Lindsay himself. This is why we are at war with James Lindsay. James Lindsay doesn't want people to see primary source information. I don't understand why. Anyway, if someone has any relevant, recollect, I never really studied the Vietnam era, so I don't really know. Like, was the left just opposed to the war in Vietnam because we were fighting the communists in Vietnam? Everyday therapist as a resident old person, but young at heart, everyday therapist. The left was opposed to the war because some were pro-communism and others were anti-all war. Okay.
When I think about one of the oddest, most perverse chants I've ever heard in my life, it was led by ACT UP back when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was first initiated under the Clinton administration. I believe it was outside the Times Square recruitment station.
So they were opposed to the war because it was capitalist aggression, according to Kurt. And Kurt usually is right about things, so I tend to believe Kurt when he says stuff. Wow. Holy shit. Also, a lot of them didn't like the draft and it affected them. Yeah. I never thought about it like that. It's like everything always comes back to capitalism every single goddamn time.
and it was 2468. We what was it? 2468. Oh yes, we kill, we maim, we decorate. Not exactly a revolutionary chant. I was somewhat ambivalent about this chant because I don't kill, I don't maim, and I frankly don't decorate. But it is to say that in the high points of the that alphabet, the queer movement, that this has been seen at various times as a tactic that is worth fighting for. Yet while many gays and lesbians now live with freedoms inconceivable just one generation ago, in which our sexual orientation is not in any way, for some of us, a barrier in our day-to-day lives, it is also undeniable that this gain is not universally enjoyed by all gays and lesbians, nor has it been meant gains for most trans people in this country. Certainly gay men, in particular white gay men, have gained more than lesbians, arguably, given the
Why are corporations bought into the idea of equity? Because their HR departments told them that it was a good idea and the CEOs didn't really care. And they were just like, just do the training, do whatever you want to do. And then the employees started rebelling. If the companies weren't doing anti-racist training, the employees would start rebelling against the company. And so the CEO was like, fine, just do the goddamn anti-racist training. And it also just took over the HR industry. I remember because I was in the HR industry when it happened. It was like everything was normal 1 minute. And then all of a sudden, every vendor at every conference was like a DEI vendor. This happened around 2018. And I couldn't figure out what happened until I couldn't sell like normal communications training into organizations anymore. I had to reframe it as fucking diversity training, even though I never did that shit. I always was just selling them something like that was actually communications training was good. But it's because employees within the organizations have told them that they need to do it, and their employees were going to backlash against them if they didn't. And so the CEOs were just like, fine, whatever. I don't really care. Just keep me out of it. I don't want to go to it. All right.
The realities of sexism in our society, and those unstable relationships, if those things exist, have gained in ways, I read about them in books. I see them in movies. I'm told I'm gonna have one day. But my girlfriend is not listening to this talk.
Hang on. That makes CEOs useful idiots? No, they're just not involving themselves. They're not useful idiots. They're not propagating the ideology. They just don't care. Normally, the CEOs are not doing the training. They're just being like, do whatever you want to do. I don't really care about it. That's usually what's happening. They're not useful idiots. They're just not involving themselves.
These people have gained in ways that single queers or those who are in non-monogamous relationships have not. In addition, queer people of color experience what some scholars have come to refer to as a sort of double invisibility. That is, that they're ignored at best inside of the dominant white gay culture due to racism, and yet remain less visible as queers, at least in many Black and brown communities, though not all. So the sort of civil rights framework, I think we do have to admit as revolutionaries, does pose a challenge to us on the left. Not because the demand for equality is wrong-headed, but because of the contradictory nature of reforms under capitalism. We must have basic civil rights to live in the world as it is while we fight to challenge it and to change it. But winning those rights does, to some degree or other, further entrench queers, or if you prefer the word, normalize.
As was already explained to you, BlackRock is a globalist company. So, of course, they would be in favor of that sort of thing because BlackRock wants globalism. So it is a way to elicit globalism. Again, guys, like, it is amazing when people don't listen to me when I explain something the first time and then they say something that's directly relevant to what I already explained to them, and then they wonder why I keep telling them to shut up and listen.
The system that crushes us, right? So I think, in my opinion, this is a conundrum built into the system, not into the demand. I really actually like the way the Canadian queer scholar and activist Alan Sears, who's also a socialist, sums it up in a talk he gave at Historical Materialism. This is how he put it, I'll quote him. The idea that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered politics boil down to a choice between assimilation and transgression revolves around a moralistic call to queerness. This is not subtle enough for understanding the ways people negotiate their everyday lives in relation to projects for change. As Sheila Rowbotham wrote back in 2001, and he's quoting her, there are no easy answers to the question of how you live in a world you want to change radically. And he goes on to say, those of us who believe in radical change are caught between the actual world we live in and the places we want to go. And I'll end with this part, a moral exhortation to abandon the world and live prefiguratively outside of society can lead to personal and political isolation. I think that sums up the conundrum very, very eloquently. And it articulates, in my opinion, the politics of radical queers who've rejected involvement with the equal marriage and other LGBT civil rights struggles by dismissing the demand for equal rights as either too narrow or even reactionary, as the sort of against equality folks are.
And I'm pointing out to you that if you had listened the first 3 times I explained this, and if you had listened to people in the chat who were trying to explain this to you, it is not irrational at all, but you need to take responsibility for talking less and listening more. And if you were talking less and listening more, you would understand why it is not at all irrational. I understand that you're new here, but when you're new, and when I keep telling you to listen over and over and over and over and over again, it is because until you shut the fuck up and start listening, you will not understand what is going on. But when you at long last learn to shut the fuck up and start listening, that is when you will start to understand the logic behind what is going on. This doesn't work if you don't zip it and start listening. This only works when you want to be here to understand them more than you want to talk to make yourself feel smart in the chat. We have already addressed this on more than one occasion. Now you need to stop and you need to open your ears and listen to what's going on.
Much of the self-identified left queer cadre in this country has stood aside as
it's getting to be one of those nights. We're running late tonight. It's getting to be one of those nights. I literally answered your question. It was literally answered. You may not have liked the answer, but it was answered nonetheless. The answer is that you need to stop talking and start listening. That is the only answer that matters. And if you don't want to do that, get the fuck out and go back to James Lindsay where he will teach you nothing. Always happens at the, I swear to God.
Hundreds of thousands of queers in the country have moved into activity. Rather than join with others in pushing for the demand and raising the wider political questions and demands alongside of the minority of us who got involved with liberatory politics, the sort of anti-equality queers, or perhaps the post-equality queers, I don't know, abandoned this field of battle and lost an opportunity to capture a wider audience for more transformative demands. And in the context of a leftward shift in consciousness, I consider this a real tactical error on their part. And I look to like there's this example in a book I really enjoy by Claiborne Carson about the history of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, in which
I think you're doing
Carson
fine, Dayton. I think other
cites
people aren't listening.
A quote from Diane Nash, who in the early part of the 60s, as she enters the sort of civil rights part of the Black movement, says, you know, her dream, her aspirations, her perspective at that moment was that one day a Black man will invent a nuclear weapon. You know, by the end of that decade, she's like, Black power, revolution. You know, it's like, people don't necessarily end up where they begin. Thank God. In so many ways. And effectively, I think this served to help in other words, the abandonment of the struggle by people with a much more liberatory vision, I think in some ways served to help elevate Gay Inc.'s voice and perspective in this movement. Whether or not the collective voices of queer leftists inside of the struggle could have shifted the tide, I honestly can't say. This is a question that cannot be answered. I do know it was rather isolating for those of us who were among the small handful of leftist queers with a broader liberatory vision, who found ourselves for the last several years squeezed between a hostile anti-equality queer left on the one side and a really hostile and well-funded anti-liberationist Gay Inc. on the other. I think we can locate the source of our disagreement theoretically. And
He just said that back in 2013, it's actually kind of funny. She just said back in 2013, there was the queer liberatory left who are like the anti-capitalist queers. And there are the Gay Inc. Like it's like they had their own conservative Inc., except it was Gay Inc. that were not opposed to capitalism and just wanted gay rights. And she's talking about that distinction between the two. Did you guys catch that, or were we spending too much time in the chat fucking around? Let's listen again.
That cannot be answered. I do know it was rather isolating for those of us who were among the small handful of leftist queers with a broader liberatory vision, who found ourselves for the last several years squeezed between a hostile anti-equality queer left on the one side and a really hostile and well-funded anti-liberationist Gay Inc. on the other. I think we can locate the source of our disagreement theoretically and our different conceptions of power and the state. Queer scholar Lisa Duggan has popularized the term homonormativity to describe the assimilation
bingo word! We were wondering. Gay Inc. is homonormative. Holy shit. Space Jack, you just redeemed yourself. Just slightly. You're not all the way redeemed yet. Okay? You're not all the way there yet. But you just got a big-ass gold star, okay? Gay Inc. is homonormative. Yup, Sam, you called it too? Yup. Yes, I'll give credit where credit is due. I just gave you a gold star.
State. Queer scholar Lisa Duggan has popularized the term homonormativity to describe the assimilation of large layers of queer people into the existing middle class sort of straight social order. Though I think it's a really catchy term to describe very real phenomenon theoretically, I think it's flawed in the way it approaches the question. It seems to place the weight on personal decisions and lifestyle choices rather than structural constraints that shape and distort all of our sexualities, including those of straight people. So in my opinion, it winds up coming off as sort of moralistic and not political. As Marxists, we have a different concept. Power is not some rootless, ubiquitous, vague notion. Power emanates from control over production and the social relations that make production possible. By locating the source of power,
it is not just about the means of production. It is also about the social relations that make production possible. When Lisa, who is a lesbian, by the way, people are saying she's this is in 2013, guys. Lisa's a good old-fashioned lesbian. They still had lesbians in 2013, okay? When Lisa is talking about the social relations that make production possible, what is she talking about? She's talking about social reproduction theory. Social reproduction theory. More specifically, what is Lisa talking about when she's talking about the social relations that make production possible? The family. Why? Because the nuclear family reproduces capitalism. When I say that the nuclear family is the means of production of capitalism, what I'm referencing is the fact that socialists believe that not only do they need to control the actual means of production, which is the businesses, the factories, all that stuff, they also need to control the social relations that make the means of production possible. And the social relations that make the means of production possible is the nuclear family. The nuclear family is supported by the gender binary, which was created by capitalism in order to continue to reproduce capitalism. Does everyone understand that? Let me know if you need me to explain more.
Moralistic and not political. As Marxists, we have a different concept. Power is not some rootless, ubiquitous, vague notion. Power emanates from control over production and the social relations that make production possible. By locating the source of power in the state and in the class in whose interest the state functions, that is to say, the ruling class, Marxists see challenging power not as the task of individual lifestyle choices, but of collective agency, which is, just from our vantage point, class struggle being the most potent form of that collective struggle. Now, despite the absence of an overt sort of class critique of homonormativity, the term does get at a very real problem of the sort of bourgeoisification of the LGBT movement. Just as I believe Jack McQuarrie,
the bourgeoisification, is that the word? The bourgeoisification of the LGBT movement. Dawning Day over on Rumble says that just doesn't make sense. Dawning Day, I need you to be specific for me about what doesn't make sense. I'm happy to explain more, but I need you to be specific, okay? The bourgeoisification of the LGBT movement. What she's talking about there is gay Inc. Gay people who didn't want to abolish capitalism. Who would have thunk it? The bourgeoisification. Can anyone say bourgeoisification like 5 times fast?
The term does get at a very real problem of the sort of bourgeoisification of the LGBT movement. Just as I believe Jack McQuarrie and her concept of homo-nationalism does when it draws on this concept in the sort of global arena. Homo-nationalism describes the consciousness of a layer of gays and lesbians who identify with Western states and values as liberators of queer people from supposedly kind of backward, medieval-minded Arabs and Muslims.
Homo-nationalism is about gay people identifying with Western values instead of identifying with oppressed Muslims. I've never heard that term before. Let's listen again.
And her concept of homo-nationalism does when it draws on this concept in the sort of global arena. Homo-nationalism describes the consciousness of a layer of gays and lesbians who identify with Western states and values as liberators of queer people from supposedly kind of backward, medieval-minded Arabs and Muslims, for example, in Palestine, the sort of pink-washing campaign being first among them. And,
my God. So this is holy shit. This is like the real origin of Queers for Palestine, isn't it? Where they were teaching that if gay people didn't identify with Muslims, then they were homo-nationalists. This is 2013, guys. This is over 10 years ago. Don't worry, I'm marking it for a clip.
And of course, perversely enough, queer rights are now used by Israel and Zionists worldwide to justify the occupation of Palestine.
Oh my God. Queer whites were used by Israel to justify the Zionist occupation of Palestine. This was 10 years ago. Wow. Let's listen to that whole bit again.
Just as I believe Jasper Kouar and her concept of homo-nationalism does when it draws on this concept in the sort of global arena. Homo-nationalism describes the consciousness of a layer of gays and lesbians who identify with Western states and values as liberators of queer people from supposedly kind of backward, medieval-minded Arabs and Muslims, for example, in Palestine, the sort of pinkwashing campaign being first among them. And and of course, perversely enough, queer rights are now used by Israel and Zionists worldwide to justify the occupation of Palestine. Homo-nationalists are sort of getting sucked into an imperialist ideology that tries to lay claim to gay rights as a sort of marker of civilization, as if secular humanism were somehow an imperial value. I want to get back to something I said earlier about the limitations of equality under capitalism. I said that the conundrum lies in the system and not in the demand. The capitalist state exists within a broader system of inequality and commodification. We all know what inequality is, we live it every day, but it's less clear what commodification in the Marxist sense of the term means. First, a commodity is something that is used for the purpose of exchanging for something else, usually money, like a car or a shoe, whatever is made. Commodification means the transformation of human relationships into commercial relationships, relationships of exchange, of buying, of selling. Even sex under capitalism is commodified.
What?
A human relationship, arguably the most intimate of all human relationships, is transformed under capitalism into a commercial relationship. It's used to sell beer, for example, or it can be bought and sold, that is sex work or prostitution or pornography. And when I say this, I'm not making a value judgment about those things, just sort of stating a factual relationship that arises out of capitalism. So sex has been transformed into a commodity to be bought and
Guys, if you appreciate that I show you this like every single week on Socialism Saturday, I don't know, maybe drop a $5 super chat in the chat if you haven't already. Every time you appreciate me showing you this stuff that I dig up from the bowels of the internet, that would actually really help me out, and I would appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who has been super chatting tonight. I really appreciate you. Don't worry, I'm not going to make a clip of that. That's just for us. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Listen, Space Jack. Everyone gets scolded. Everyone gets yelled at. I wouldn't be like, I'm the fucking Bobby Knight of teaching people about the woke left on the internet. You might not like me. Sometimes you're going to get yelled at. You aren't going to like it, but you will learn more here than you will learn anywhere else on the internet. And there's a reason for that, because I don't just give it to you easy, okay? Angel Eyes gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Angel Eyes. Let's see who got a membership. We got Lady of the Lake, we got Communal Ransack, we got Meow, we got Angel Heart, and we got Christina. Some lurkers in the chat got some memberships tonight. I hope you guys put those memberships to good use.
sold on the market or used to sell other things on the market. And our sexualities are commodified. That is, our sexualities are converted, are coveted or shunned on the basis of their marketability. Bizarrely enough, the success of the LGBT struggles over the last 40 years has actually transformed our sexuality from a sort of marginalized outlier status to being highly marketable. We had no intention of doing this, of course, but we created a new market. Now, Marx looked at ways in which commodities are fetishized.
Whoa, Tom! Tom with a big super chat. Thank you. I'm sorry that YouTube takes 30% of this. I appreciate you, Carlin. I appreciate you, Tom. That's all right. That's all right. YouTube gives us the tools to let us do this every single week for free. How great is that? I think that's okay that they take some off the top. That's all right. We wouldn't be able to do this without them. I mean, I guess we could be on Rumble, but most people are on YouTube, and so that helps us out. Thank you.
He described how we attribute mystical powers to commodities. And in that sense, that was a
Oh
lot.
God! Oh God!
After-
Oh God! No one show James Lindsay this clip. Thank you, Terry Ann, for the super sticker. She just said, we attribute mystical powers to commodities. No one show James Lindsay this clip. He's going to be like, look at this. He described how we attribute mystical powers. James Lindsay is going to be like, ha! That's proof of Gnosticism! Keep this in the cone of silence. No one tattle.
He described how we attribute mystical powers to commodities. And in that sense, that has a lot in common. Which, after all, are sort of made by human beings, and yet the actual human bodies that produce commodities.
Everyone's getting in with the gifts tonight. Thank you, guys. Kazmar with 5 gifted memberships. We got Mary, we got Brooks, we got Oni Samurai, we got Andrew, and we've got Divine. Congratulations, guys, on your memberships, and thank you, Kazmar, for that.
Are themselves degraded by the actual labor process. All of the sort of cultural doodads of queerness, the fashion, the booze, the sort of style, are fetishized. That is, that they are transformed in our minds and on the market into wonderful, transformative things. And because our lives and our bodies are filled with mindless drudgery, you got to do laundry, and you got to pick up the kids, and you got all the groceries. Oh, I forgot the half and half. Not exactly sexy stuff there. We actually wind up aspiring to become like these commodities. It is the origin of our own alienation under capitalism. The things that we humans actually create come to rule over us, and they're just so much sexier than we are. The commodification of lesbian gay sexualities has been contradictory. On the one hand, we opened up space for ourselves. It's good. As a result of
Everyday therapist. Holy shit. Everyone's gifting memberships tonight. 20 gifted. Are you serious, everyday therapist? Thank you. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Who got whole bunch of people, lots of lurkers gifting memberships. I see you, lurkers. I know who you are now. We've got Hearshot. We've got Mountain Goddess, Megan, Alex, Sam, Snowfeet, Dr. Macaroni and Cheese. I've never seen your name in chat, but I greatly appreciate it. Let's see. Lisa, Emily, Franklin. We got LJD. We got even Murphy's Pool was gifted a membership. Barbie, VS Travels, DW, Alex, Phil. Congratulations to everyone who got a gifted membership. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
the struggles that have led to more and more people coming out of the closet and others experimenting with sexual practices that would have been unthinkable in a previous era. Corporate America has in fact now embraced the gay market, as we know all too well. This weekend's gay pride parades are festooned with Miller Lite, which we know is delivering our liberation alongside a city.
Wait, did he do it again? Did James repost her again? Seriously? Let me know if I need to look at James's Twitter. I hope I don't. I hope that James is actually just like, you know, being a normal person tonight instead of a troll on the internet while we're watching Socialism for 4 hours. Has there been a James update? Let us know.
So, for example, there's not only the expansion of gay bars and clubs and tourism and porn, etc., but there's been a transformation of gay into a marketable commodity. A sensibility that
he fucking, are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? We are in the middle of a 4-hour fucking stream about socialism and James Lindsay is still pulling this shit? Can someone please reply to James and tell him I have been teaching socialism for 4 fucking hours and I don't need this shit right now? He said, oh my God, James, you fucking retard. He says it's amazing we think he pays attention. He's obviously in clear. I've been teaching socialism for 4 goddamn hours, James. What the fuck have you been doing? Hang on. Hang on. James is just upset because I thoroughly debunked his Gnosticism theory. Let's see what, again, we're almost like, we still got some, like, yeah, James is obviously the president of Retardia. Let's see what James is saying. Hang on. And then we'll go back 4 hours of teaching goddamn socialism. And James Lindsay's like, I'm not thinking about you. Okay, James. All right. You're paying so little attention. Look at this. There it is. 5 minutes ago. Yeah, James. It's simply amazing, James. It's simply fucking amazing that you think that we think that you pay attention to us when I'm back. I'm back. James fucking broke my internet. I'm back. Don't worry. I'm here. I'm here. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate a member of the channel for 39 months. Holy shit, Cindy. You've been around forever. Thank you. Am I frozen again? Why am I frozen? Can you guys hear me? Can everyone please reply to James that we've literally been watching 4 hours of socialism without him and have been very happy about it? James fucking sent the Gnostic sex cult after me. All right, let's see. Let's see. Prima says 4 hours into a stream studying socialists and she still lives rent-free in your head while you've been tweeting, James. Kurt says, I know you don't pay attention to Carlin because if you did, you know what's going on. Kurt! Kurt with the win. Who can get the best reply on James? Roxborough says, well, it seems you do. You are literally posting about them right now. Question, James, how is this not paying attention to them? Oh my god, this is great. Everyone's like being like, James, here's bot. We've been watching socialism for 4 hours and you're talking about us, also reposting a stalker. Everyone dogpile James. Dogpile James right now. I'll put the link in the chat. This is our moment to tell him to fuck off. We're actually doing real work over here, James. We don't need your bullshit. James, your audience, someone who has watched every single episode of your podcast, James, couldn't even define colonization and decolonization. So maybe you sit this one out, bro. If you can't even teach your audience to define colonization and decolonization, what the fuck are you doing? I'm just saying, don't worry, James. I'll teach them that colonization means taking land that belongs to the indigenous collective and privatizing it under the oppressive force of capitalism, and that decolonization does not necessarily mean violent revolution. It just means removing the oppressive force of capitalism. Don't worry, James. I got it under control. You've been doing this for years longer than me, and yet your audience knows fucking nothing. I'll teach them. It's fine. It's okay that you suck as a teacher, James. We all know you're a mathematician. People aren't really your strong suit. I'll do it. So what will happen when they don't get the utopia they dream of? I mean, they'll keep working. They'll keep trying to push it. They'll make some excuse that says, like, you know, these aren't the ideal conditions, or we just need to do this, or we just need to do that. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, they say that like, people ask, like, why don't they move to a socialist country? Well, they believe that real socialism can't happen in a third world country. Essentially, you need to take over an industrialized country in order to do it. And then when they take over an industrialized country, as they will inevitably do, because James Lindsay keeps lying to his fucking audience and being the Pied Piper that is dragging people off a fucking cliff. So they're inevitably going to win here because James can't like put on his big boy fucking pants to tell people the goddamn truth. When they win here, they'll make every single excuse for why it doesn't work. Oh, it takes years to be able to do this. We're in the transition, blah, 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 blah. But it's never going to work because it can't work because it is against the human spirit. Communism is against the human spirit. It is a fucking cult. Anyway, James, thank you for this break, bro. But we're going to go back to watching Real Socialist now while you're dicking around on the internet with stalkers. Always got to be interrupting. Always got to make everything about him. Per usual. That's okay. That's okay. While James is dicking around, not teaching people anything, we will be watching Sherry from the 2013 Socialism Conference talking about the difference between queer liberation and the LGBT movement.
White, conventionally attractive, well-dressed, well-coiffed, sweet-smelling, well-decorated, with impeccable bourgeois style. Nothing embodies this more than that show Queer Eye for the straight guy. I mean, if it hadn't been existed, I would have made a joke. It's a caricature of all of this. The invention of the metrosexual, right? The straight men who are expected to be as obsessed with their appearance and grooming as women is a sort of marker of this.
How many people think that James is quite literally watching the stream right now and tweeting when he knows I'm streaming? Because it has actually been a little mysterious that the last several times that James has been tweeting about me, they've all been when I'm streaming. Is it possible that James is actually watching the streams and James gets off when I yell at him on the streams for disrupting real work and tweeting about me for nonsense? How is it possible that James is just always coincidentally tweeting about me when I happen to be live on the internet, claiming he's not thinking about me and he's not talking about me, but he happens to just always do this when he knows that I'm going to get notified that he's tweeting about me? Probably because he's getting off on it. Maybe that dominatrix meme was a little too close for comfort. It's okay, James. Welcome to our class, James. We know you're watching, James. It's all good. All good.
Evolution, such as it is. But naturally, the market only embraces those images that can be deemed desirable, which is to say, sellable. So black bodies, brown bodies, fat bodies, those bodies that don't conform to heterosexual gender norms, disabled bodies, all of these kinds of other bodies
Fat studies
are all left out of the gay embrace, so to speak, just as they are with straight people. So on the one hand, gay men and lesbians who can afford a certain lifestyle and image are no longer pariahs. Yet the price of entry is rather costly, as we know. One must have the health status, the education, the financial well-being, and the appearance to be fully accepted. And those without those qualities are rejected and under conditions of a neoliberal state, even further oppressed, policed, vilified, and victimized. That is what drives the queer left's totally understandable dismissal of assimilation into what is referred to as the heteronormative world, but what I prefer to call bourgeois society. In Marxist terms,
we're going to go back on that one. She just said, I know we were paying attention to Joseph in the chat saying stop objectifying and I want to take a screenshot of that. But she literally just said that the heteronormative world is the same as bourgeois society. We're not letting James distract us with his shit. We're still listening. We're still paying attention. She just said the heteronormative world is the same as bourgeois society. Listen again.
oppressed, policed, vilified, and victimized. That is what drives the queer left's totally understandable dismissal of assimilation into what is referred to as the heteronormative world, but what I prefer to call bourgeois society. In Marxist terms,
what that means is that heteronormative is synonymous with capitalist, which is why queer theory wants to disrupt normativity. Normativity means capitalism, which is why when she said the word homonormativity earlier, that's a slur against gay people who are in their words gay inc, which is our gay people that don't want to reject capitalism, because normativity means capitalism. Everyone understand that?
already existed. In Marxist terms, gays and lesbians are now welcome to be visible as consumer subjects, but not social subjects. I want to talk about the shifts under neoliberalism, because I think that some of the best writing on how to theorize our way through this conundrum has come from Rosemary Hennessy in her book Profit and Pleasure, from Alan Sears, who I mentioned before, in his writings on queer anti-capitalism and other writings on the lean state, and actually in the Transgender Reader, whose editor is Susan Stryker. Throughout much of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and through the mid-20th century, the American ruling class, along with other Western ruling classes, sought to regulate the social behaviors and habits of the working class.
Hang on. I know I shouldn't be going back to James's tweet, but this is just too good. Check this out. Check this out. Some of these replies are fucking great. Everyone is dogpiling James. This is awesome. Hang on. Look at this reply. Stricken in years. I think this is you, Terry. I think this is Terry. Thank you, Terry. Terry says, who is James and why should I care? Carlin taught me how to recognize the phrases used by Marxists who want to abolish capitalism. They are winning as long as people listen to your misinformation. We got Mark. Mark! Oh my God. Mark. We'll go back. We'll go back. I promise. We're going to refocus in a second. Mark, real Gnosticism has never been tried. Fuck, Mark? I'm going to make a t-shirt that says real Gnosticism has never been tried. That's funny as hell. Mark. And I know I saw Mark in here earlier. Mark also gets a gold star. I'm going to follow you later, Mark. We've got Sam in there. Yeah, you pay so little attention to us that you understand all of our codes and get pissed off when we bring up things you put in your book. Mark, I knew I recognized you. Oh my God, everyone dogpile James. Oh, Bill! Bill! James's replies are ours. James's replies are ours. Xander says, why don't you actually pay attention to Carlin? You might realize you're surrounded by real cult members. Open thy eyes to the truth, for only the truth will set you free. Oh my God, you guys are the best. Hang on, let's just see. This is amazing. Again, I'm gonna put the link one more time into the chat on YouTube and on Rumble. If anyone else wants to dogpile James, now is your chance. He wants to be an asshole and disrupt my 4-hour stream about socialism. I'm totally fine with that. Let's see. Real Gnosticism never been tried. Aw, don't be so sad, Jimbo. Not everyone on the internet can be good. Not only are you paying attention to them, you are getting others to pay attention. Holy fuck, man. Exactly. Exactly. James, you're doing what I want you to do, bro. Keep eating out of the palm of my hand, bro. I keep getting you to do exactly what I want you to do. James, you're basically my useful idiot, bro. James did ask for this. He did. We're giving James the attention he wants. Oh my God. The face your conservative thought grifter makes when you demand an explanation as to why your children have been taken away after he wasted all his time on Gnosticism instead of explaining private property as parental rights. Jaeger! Excellent. Excellent, 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 excellent. Excellent job, everyone. Excellent. Question, James. How is this not paying attention to them? Janet, thank you for the gift and memberships. We got Prima got a membership, True Self got a membership, Todd got a membership, Andrew, Earl got a membership. Thank you, guys. We've had like 36 memberships tonight. That's like a new record. Let's see. Anyone else? Anyone else? Got that one. Mark again. Mark is giving it to James good tonight. Mark is going to get that block tonight that he's been waiting for. Learn nothing about the Streisand effect, have you? No, James has learned nothing about the Streisand effect. Oh God, bot, what is this? Bot, all your tweets have been marked sensitive. Oh. Oh my God. Lavender Mama, don't worry about it. I know you'll get me when you can. Don't worry about it. I appreciate it. Oh, he finally blocked you for spamming his replies? Well, I think it was worth it. Angel Eyes got in there. Your followers have been learning IRL socialism for 4 hours and what decolonization and decolonization really mean from actual Marxists. Some became members. Imagine that. You're welcome, James. Oh my. This is my favorite. Hang on, I'm going to copy this. That's my favorite. I'm putting that on my own Twitter. All right. Let's get back to business. We still have like 25 minutes of this presentation left. And we are not letting James distract us from learning actual socialism. All right, let's back up a little bit.
How to theorize our way through this conundrum has come from Rosemary Hennessy in her book Profit and Pleasure, from Alan Sears, who I mentioned before in his writings on queer anti-capitalism and other writings on the lean state, and actually in the Transgender Reader, whose editor is Susan Stryker. Throughout much of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and through the mid-20th century, the American ruling class, along with other Western ruling classes, sought to regulate the social behaviors and habits of the working class. The temperance movement banned alcohol in some places or severely restricted its hours and venues of consumption. Activities like gambling and prostitution were outlawed and continue, of course, to be shamed. And if you think about it, the creation of free public schools, and in countries outside of the United States, the civilized world, the establishment of national health care allowed for what some scholars call a social citizenship. That is a means of inclusion for at least some parts of the working class to attain a common standard of health, literacy, and even a common nationalist outlook that you get from public school. Of course, this social citizenship was always partial and it was always discriminatory. Capitalism has always been racialized, it's always been classed, and it's always been gendered. Even during the height of the welfare state and the expansion of the welfare state. So, for example, we had formal segregation. Immigrants have always been highly regulated, and women have always been expected to bear the burden of housework, even once they entered the workforce in mass numbers. The poor have always been segregated into the deserving poor, which is, say, widows and orphans, and the non-deserving poor, like blacks and women who have children out of wedlock. But with shifts in the market toward privatization and deregulation are the sort of visible markers of neoliberalism, cultural and moral shifts follow. Social citizenship has been jettisoned under neoliberalism for a sort of do-it-yourself ethic. And along with that has come deregulated culture. And here again is how Alan Sears puts it. He says the shift from the broad welfare state to new forms of social policy has produced a limited moral deregulation. The state has given up a few of the tools it used to attempt to shape the morality of the population. Social policy through much of the 20th century sought to inculcate values of temperance and prudence among working class people. Yet these values can be an impediment to working class consumerism and market-oriented hedonism. The shift toward the market has seen various forms of deregulation, ranging from the legalization of gambling to reductions in censorship. And he goes on to talk about some of these things and says the recognition of certain lesbian and gay rights in this situation of moral deregulation is thus rather parallel to the legalization of gambling through casinos and lotteries and the deregulation of trucking. He ends with, the state has withdrawn from certain areas of regulatory control and turned them over to the amoral market. And it's easy to see how the sort of neoliberal state has whittled away at our social and economic expectations, right? Our jobs have become...
Hang on, I got a super chat from Elise. Thank you. Is there value in trying to infiltrate and cause chaos in these groups? I like your counterculture ideas. Thanks, Carlin. I'm a new listener. Well, welcome, Elise. You know, when I originally started thinking about infiltrating them, and this was like 4 years ago now, my original plan was to infiltrate and cause trouble. But the thing of it is like causing trouble never actually results in anything of value. And so like when you're infiltrating to cause trouble, they put their defenses up and then they don't say the quiet part out loud. And what I decided is that it's better to get them to say the quiet part out loud on video or on audio and not cause trouble, and then just show people like, here's what they're saying. Like, this is their perspective. And try to turn people that way rather than causing trouble, because when you start to cause trouble, you look like the bad guy. And listen, man, I caused a lot of trouble when I was figuring this out. I like in 2020 and 2021, I was throwing a lot of shit at the wall. I caused a lot of trouble. I disrupted things, and I have no problem doing it. I have no moral qualms with doing it. But what I found is that it's much more effective to be the person with the level head if you're going to actually convince normies to come onto your side. Because the thing of it is, we're never going to get these people to wake up. These people are in a cult. It is very difficult to get people to wake up from a cult, okay? And this is a self-reinforcing cult, and it's a massive cult. And by the way, it's also a dangerous cult. They are not afraid to get violent. And so if you go to their things in person and you're disruptive, you might actually get the shit kicked out of you, as evidenced by what happened at UCLA the other day. Although I think the counter protesters actually started it at UCLA, but it's kind of the same thing. It's like, if you're going there to cause trouble, there's going to be trouble, and you might not like what you get out of it. But if you can get in there and get a recording of something, or get them, or like an audio recording, a video recording, whatever it is, get them to say the quiet part out loud, then you can actually show that to normal people who just have no idea what's going on. And I think that's more effective. But I mean, try it out. Maybe, I mean, listen, man, like I have, I've put myself in many dangerous situations where I could have gotten physically hurt. And I'm never going to recommend that people do that. But if you're going to do it, like, you have to, like, just be aware of what you're getting into. I'm not going to tell you what to do. And certainly, I don't have all the answers. I've just been experimenting with this a lot longer than most people and a lot more deliberately than most people. So I think I've done a pretty good job, but you could find ways to be disruptive that are actually beneficial. And, if you figure that out, let us know. But I'm not going to recommend that as a strategy. Anyway, those are my general thoughts on it. I appreciate you asking the question. Yeah, remember, they want an excuse to be a victim, and anytime you give them an excuse to be a victim, then they will use that to their advantage. Educating people is thinking long term rather than disrupting a single event. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, and you're on my side now, aren't you, Tom? Because Adam was an asshole. Adam should have apologized to me. Adam threw me to the toxic white identitarian wolves for money. Whatever. I don't even know what he's doing now, to be honest.
More precarious, benefits are slashed, we're facing sort of global race at the bottom, we know all of this. And in the end, our expectations of the state delivering anything at all have been smashed. And this is one of the things that has given rise, obviously, to Occupy and some of the social movements that are rising today. But on the sexual front, neoliberalism's impact is a little less clear. We Marxists have always argued that the roots of women's and gays' oppression could be found in capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction.
Whoa! Hello? What was that? Hang on.
Found in capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction.
Capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction. What does that mean? Pop quiz for the chat. What does she mean when she says capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction? What does that mean? What is she referencing? Parental ownership of capitalism, birthing new workers. You won't own your kids and you'll be happy. Capitalism made the nuclear family. They mean the nuclear family. The nuclear family. Capitalism equals the reproduction. That means your kids, guys. Capitalism means private reproduction of children. What more? No more nuclear family. The reproduction of new capitalists within the privatized nuclear family. Attacking the nuclear family, abolishing parental rights. The privatized nuclear family. This is why the left wants to abolish the nuclear family. This is also the basis of all attacks on parental rights. The nuclear family reproduces capitalism. Nuclear family drives capitalism. Parental rights. Capitalism upholding the nuclear family. Imagine that. Wow. Tiff on Rumble says parental rights. Yup, exactly, Tiff. Exactly. Literally Brave New World. Literally. Let's listen to the full context of that.
Have been smashed. And this is one of the things that has given rise, obviously, to Occupy and some of the social movements that are rising today. But on the sexual front, neoliberalism's impact is a little less clear. We Marxists have always argued that the roots of women's and gays' oppression could be found in capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction.
The roots of women's engaged oppression can be found in the drive to privatize social reproduction. What does, pop quiz for the chat, what does women's oppression have to do with capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction? What does that mean? Women's oppression can be found in capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction. What does that mean specifically? That women do the work at home to raise the nuclear family without pay. Motherhood. Exactly. When they say women's oppression is found in capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction. They're literally talking about motherhood. Raising the labor, unpaid, the mothers are doing the unpaid labor of raising little capitalists or little oppressed workers, little oppressed proletarian workers. Pregnancy and motherhood are uncompensated labor under capitalism. Women do the unpaid labor in the home. The gender division of labor, men working outside the home, making money, women doing the unpaid labor inside the home, raising the kids. Remember, guys, the kids are the future oppressed proletarian workers under capitalism. Women are not paid for their labor. They must be liberated. The patriarchy is what capitalism created when it put men in the workplace and women in the home doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers. Men went to work. Women did the unpaid labor of raising the nuclear workers. Capitalism kept people buying and writing baby books. Yeah, it did that too, K1, didn't it? It did that too. Women are free labor that results in the production of laborers for capitalism. Exactly. So many right answers in the chat, guys. I'm not going to go through all of them, but like so many right answers in the chat. Very well done. Let's just one more time and then we'll let it play through.
Impact is a little less clear. We Marxists have always argued that the roots of women's engaged oppression can be found in capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction. That is, the need for the system to foist social needs, right, like housework, cooking, raising children, or in their view, you know, the next generation of workers, which is what children are, onto
the next generation of workers, which is what children are. This is the basis of all attacks on parental rights. Logan Lansing. Wow, she really hit the bingo card with this one. Let's keep going, and then we'll listen to the whole thing all the way through when we actually get done with her saying the quiet part out loud.
Privatized family. And the nuclear family is a sort of contradictory phenomenon, right? It can be both an emotional sanctuary or a hell. And simultaneously a privatized means of providing social needs, like providing the current and next generation of workers.
Thank you, Sherry. Sherry, I just knew you were going to give me something good tonight, girl. I did. Lesbians love me. I just knew the lesbian was going to deliver. Yo, Sherry's saying every quiet part out loud. Yes, she did, Tim. Yes, she did, because housework is considered unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers, which is children. So yeah, capitalism created women doing housework. All right, we're going to go all the way back to the beginning, and we're going to listen to her say every quiet part out loud in one succinct sentence.
Delivering anything at all have been smashed. And this is one of the things that has given rise, obviously, to Occupy and some of the social movements that are rising today. But on the sexual front, neoliberalism's impact is a little less clear. We Marxists have always argued that the roots of women's engaged oppression can be found in capitalism's drive to privatize social reproduction. That is, the need for the system to foist social needs, right, like housework, cooking, raising children, or in their view, you know, the next generation of workers, which is what children are, onto the privatized family. And the nuclear family is a sort of contradictory phenomenon, right? It can be both an emotional sanctuary or a hell, and simultaneously a privatized means of providing social needs, like providing the current and next generation of workers. And gay historian John D'Amelio has talked about this at length. I won't have time to cite him. I want to move on. But prior to the neoliberal offensive, there was a much more defined sexual division of labor in the workplace. Mass production methods with the greater physical demands allowed for much more sort of—
Oh, wait. Are you serious? Sherry is currently in the Tempest Collective. The Tempest Collective is a radical revolutionary socialist collective that does not believe in achieving their glorious revolution through political means. They are also completely, entirely self-funded because they believe that any outside money would corrupt the pure political ideology that they hold as far-left revolutionary radical communists. Well done, Raven's poetry. Well done. And people in the Tempest Collective like to announce that they're in the Tempest Collective. Like every time I see them at the conferences, they get up and they say a question. They say their name and they're like, I'm such and such and I'm with the Tempest Collective. They announce it everywhere at every opportunity. This is how I know who they are.
The regulated gender division of labor. Masculinity could be equated not just with earning a family wage, but the ability to endure great pain, long hours, grueling work in a factory, for example. The types of jobs for women were often justified on the basis of women's supposed frailty and the expectation that women would periodically leave the workforce to give birth and raise kids. But with the technological changes,
Mark says, wait, is she about to say that the patriarchy built the system to just benefit men? Well, it's more likely that she would say the patriarchy is a system that benefits the bourgeois.
alongside all the social shifts that have created ideological changes, not the least of which is the women's liberation movement in this country, there's been a breakdown in those old divisions. The rise of this service sector economy has reconfigured the old sexual divisions of labor. The neoliberal do-it-yourself ethos means women are expected to both raise children and do the housework and cleaning and work incredibly long hours and figure out some way on their own with a partner, if they have one, to take care of kids and do all the things that need to happen. You are on your own. As with the assault on reproductive rights, capital is sort of readjusting our expectations down to subterranean levels and making us all more vulnerable. With the attacks on reproductive rights, it's not so much that capital expects half of its workforce, which is female and of childbearing age, to leave and reproduce an endless number of children. That's not really the expectation, in my opinion. Eliminating access to abortion would be highly disruptive to capital. It's that the ruling class wants to...
This is where reproductive justice comes in. I want everyone to understand this. Why does the left want unlimited free abortion up until birth without question on demand? Because they believe that if you eliminate access to abortion, you are trapping women in the gender binary, which will force them into the nuclear family where they are raising the future generation of proletarian workers. The push for abortion, the push for what they call reproductive justice, is a direct attack on the gender binary because they believe that abortion liberates women from the gender binary of raising the kids in the future generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family. Does everyone understand that? All of these concepts are related, guys. This is why it's so important to bring everything back to the abolition of capitalism, because literally every single thing these people do, if you follow the logical end conclusion of why they're doing it, you're going to hit capitalism eventually. And people need to see that all of these ideas are intertwined with each other. They all overlap. They all support each other. It's not like there's critical race theory over here, and then there's gender ideology here, and then there's queer studies over here, and then there's disability studies over here, and then there's fat studies over here. Everything is aligned. Everything has a common purpose, and that common purpose is to abolish capitalism. They're not aborting their kids because they hate kids. They're not even aborting their kids because it's something to do with bodily autonomy, although that's what they say. That's the excuse that they use. They are pushing abortion because they believe that it frees women from the gender binary, which frees them from the patriarchy, which frees them from the oppressive role of raising the next generation of proletarian workers doing the unpaid labor of motherhood in the privatized nuclear family. Does everyone see this? Let's listen again.
With the attacks on reproductive rights, it's not so much that capital expects half of its workforce, which is female and of childbearing age, to leave and reproduce an endless number of children. That's not really the expectation, in my opinion. Eliminating access to abortion would be highly disruptive to capital. It's that the ruling class wants to heighten the degree of vulnerability and control and eliminate any expectation whatsoever that the state is there to ease women's burden. The attacks on entitlements are obviously all part of the shift. The body aesthetic of neoliberalism conforms to its productive needs. So the lean production strips everything down to its barest elements, right? You have just-in-time production. They don't have warehouses of stuff, made ahead of time. Everything is done, to the bone. Lean production has its corollary in lean bodies as the cultural gold standard. It's no surprise that a layer of gay men, in particular, embody this aesthetic ideal, combined with gay men's understandable reaction to being pathologized through the AIDS crisis. It's not surprising that many of them have come to see lean and muscular, hyper-masculine bodies to be a sort of retort to that pathologization. And gay male social standards now conform to neoliberalism's social demands. Even the lives of working people have become more even as the lives of working people have become more sedentary, and that sort of social ideal, aesthetic ideal, has become near impossible for most people to achieve. And along with neoliberalism's flexible workforce requirements has come a devastating level of punishment and surveillance. So this is where we see most acutely the stark limitations of gaining LGBT civil rights under capitalism. At the same time that the nation's largest workforce, the military, ended Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and equal marriage rights are now here and appear to be headed to a state near you, right? We're seeing a rise in violence against gender non-conforming men and women, as well as an entrenched criminalization of transgenders. Trans people have to contend with the state's surveillance of their gendered bodies. Toby Beauchamp, who is a legal scholar, has, I think, advanced this discussion in his writings about the medical and psychiatric monitoring of trans people. He argues that central to the standardized definition of trans identity is the expectation that trans people will, through the process of transitioning, eliminate all references to their birth gender and essentially disappear into a normatively gendered world. Trans people must pass, they must blend in. In their own words, they must go stealth. Medical science relies on a sort of standardized, normalized gendered presentation, therefore monitoring trans people's ability to pass seamlessly as non-trans. Gender deviance must be concealed, and it's not just about erasing transgender status. It also necessitates altering one's gender presentation to conform with white, middle-class, able-bodied, heterosexual understandings of.
I was kind of letting this play out, but I wanted to so what she's saying right now is she's bemoaning the fact that back in 2013, the goal, if someone was considered to be trans, was to pass as the opposite gender. And she's basically saying, she's basically trying to insinuate that, okay, so this is the difference between transition and transcend. Normal trans people who are not queer Marxists, trans people who are not fighting like Sherry is for queer liberation. Normal trans people just want to transition from being a man to a woman or a woman to a man, and they want to be able to pass in society, and they want to be able to get a job and have a family and do whatever they want to do. They just want to be like normal, but they want to live as the opposite gender, and they want to pass as the opposite gender. Sherry, who is not in favor of normal trans people, who is in favor of queer liberation, which is different than being trans, wants to abolish the gender binary because that's what queer liberation means. It is abolishing the gender binary. It is making a world of non-binary. Non-binary means no binary, a world of they, them that transcends gender norms. Abolishing the gender binary is about transcending or transforming what is considered to be normative. Let's go back. I want to listen to this again. I know we're going back a lot, but she's just saying the quiet part out loud so much that we have to.
About the medical and psychiatric monitoring of trans people. He argues that central to the standardized definition of trans identity is the expectation that trans people will, through the process of transitioning, eliminate all references to their birth gender and essentially disappear into a normatively gendered world. Trans people must pass, they must blend in. In their own words, they must go stealth. Medical science relies on a sort of standardized, normalized gender presentation, therefore monitoring trans people's ability to pass seamlessly as non-trans. Gender deviance must be concealed, and it's not just about erasing transgender status. It also necessitates altering one's gender presentation to conform with white, middle-class, able-bodied, heterosexual understandings of normative gendering. The consequences of not doing so are obviously deadly. Jason Collins made history by coming out as the first openly gay male athlete still playing the sport, basketball. The third Black trans woman was murdered that month alone in the state of Ohio. Brutalized, mutilated, and killed. The medical establishment's promotion of concealment of trans status works to actually reestablish the norm. Thus, in legal cases dealing with violence against gender variants.
Did you guys catch that? The concealment of trans status works to actually, I think it said, legitimize the normal. Hang on.
In the state of Ohio. Brutalized, mutilated, and killed. The medical establishment's promotion of concealment of trans status works to actually reestablish the norm.
The medical establishment's promotion of the concealment of trans status works to reestablish the normal. Normal equals normativity. Normativity equals capitalism, bourgeois. That's why queer theory, queer liberationists want to destabilize normativity as an attack on the gender binary, which means basically getting rid of the need to conceal trans status. And they do that as an attack on the nuclear family, which Sherry has already expertly told us is the reproduction mechanism for capitalism.
Brutalized, mutilated, and killed. The medical establishment's promotion of concealment of trans status works to actually reestablish the norm. Thus, in legal cases dealing with violence against gender variant individuals, the claim that is often worked to exonerate trans bashers, people have actually gotten off from these killings by basically claiming that the root cause of the violence was the trans person's dishonest concealment of their true sex. Just as the neoliberal state monitors our emails and phone calls to potentially criminalize or to get the goods on any of us, just as the neoliberal state monitors the nation's borders, not to stop the flow of immigration, but to control it and immiserate the conditions of labor, so too it monitors gender borders quite closely in order to control, confine, and define acceptable gender behavior. This tells us something about how important the gender division of labor remains under capitalism. The ability to pay women less than men for the same exact work, the expectation of free, largely female labor in the home, the dependence on disciplining society through gender expectations remains at the root of this sort of gender border patrol. What's more, the heightened commodification of bourgeois gay and lesbian sexuality has equated gay with rich or high status in many people's minds. You think of Will and Grace, you think of all the sort of pop culture references. And it actually allows us sort of, in the midst of this sort of crisis that we are undergoing, an economic crisis that is not going to turn around anytime soon, or perhaps never, under this system, we are seeing a sort of diversion of class anger in some places, including Greenwich Village, against queers themselves, as a sort of marker of bourgeoisification in some people's minds, whether that particular individual is upper class or not. In fact,
she just said queer is basically the opposite of bourgeois. Everyone catch that? Aaron, I don't recognize you, so welcome. So children being private property and building the workforce of the future, what are children in socialism? I'm glad you asked. So in order to understand what children are in socialism, we need to just really make sure we understand what they mean under capitalism. Capitalism defines parental rights as a form of private property that it wants to abolish. That's what you mean when you say children are private property. So right now, parental rights is private property. Socialists want to abolish all private property to include parental rights. That means under socialism, you would have no rights over your children. Your children would not be privatized in the nuclear family. Your children would belong to the collective. And I've heard abolish the family socialists say children would have multiple sets of parents within the collective. Basically, everyone's responsible for parenting the children. When Hillary Clinton says it takes a village, the village are the parents. The children don't belong to you. The children belong to the state.
The most famous gay killing in this country, that of Matthew Shepard, is an example of this itself. Right? The two felt, it's not to excuse it, but we have to have a political understanding of why these killings happen, right? The two people who killed Matthew Shepard, two 21-year-olds, Aaron McKinney, Russell Henderson, were from the trailer park. One of them was actually a very good student. Which one? Henderson, I think, one had aims to go off to college, was an A student, couldn't afford it, became a roofer, earned $12,000 a year. Both of them had mothers who were murdered. One died in the midst of a hysterectomy, the other one was murdered on her way home from a bar one night. Again, not to excuse them, not to sort of, oh, poor killers, but this has a social context. And Matthew Shepard, who had actually paid for their drinks at the bar prior to them killing him, was seen as a rich, white, gay man. He was seen as part of the class problem. And so when we understand this, it seems impossible to sort of disentangle the sort of homophobic rage that some people have from the wider economic and social context in which it occurs. I want to end with a brief note about whether or not, I think at least, capitalism still needs homophobia. It forces itself into the discussion today, doesn't it? And I think we have to ask ourselves, does it mean that because capitalism has created and made use of heteronormativity, that homophobia is necessary for capitalist production? It seems that we're witnessing in the modern era is that capitalism does not require heteronormative families or even necessarily a gendered division of labor. What it does require is an unequal division of labor, and it requires divisions within the working class in order to divert class anger. If gays and lesbians are willing to shore up that unequal division, whether that means running corporations or feeding their families or raising children or caring for the elderly, capital will accept us. This limited acceptance is not just a freestanding sort of cultural phenomenon any more than the emergence of sort of new families includes, all non-nuclear arrangements. Yes, heteronormativity's dependence on gender differences continues to bolster an unequal division of labor in the home and in the marketplace, and the ideology of the nuclear family shields an unpaid domestic labor force, whether straight or gay. But claiming a queer identity can actually participate in the same cultural logic. I want to sort of end with this, because I think we can't delink sexuality from its historical connection to the human relationships of exploitation that capitalism relies on. So, in asking the question, does capitalism still need homophobia? Yes, but not in the same old way. Capitalism needs an unequal division of labor, and it needs to pit us against each other. But capitalism, just like sexuality, sex, and gender, is also fluid. It's also plastic. It takes different forms. And so long as profit can be made, capitalism is perfectly capable of shifting certain norms. But it will look different in different places and at different times. And we cannot overstate these shifts as if they are sort of universally enjoyed and applicable. The fact is, homophobia is here and used and ubiquitous in this country. And in a few places, in particular in cosmopolitan centers and among middle-class enclaves and in corporate America, gays and lesbians who present themselves as acceptably, if you will, heteronormative, will be accepted. And everybody else will be shat on, as it is with straight people. So, in my opinion, to dismiss the advances in gay rights as insufficient is to dismiss the road we may need to take to travel to get to liberation, and to dismiss the real-life needs queers have today. 60% of trans people live in poverty. It is estimated that 20% of all murders in this country are murders of transgender people. Gay men like Tyler Clementi are still throwing themselves off of bridges out of shame and torment. So please do not tell me that when two NFL players write letters in support of gay marriage, it's reactionary or irrelevant. That is not the world we live in. Real human beings make revolutions, not abstractions. If we cannot live today, we cannot fight tomorrow. I want to say something to the comrade from Against Equality, because I think that, and I appreciate you getting up and speaking, and it must be hard when you're in an audience to say, we post what the hell you're saying.
No, it looks like they edited out the Q&A part, but she's responding to something. Guys, we have about 5 minutes left, 6 minutes left. If this is your first Socialism Saturday, you've hit an eventful one. We've been going for almost 5 hours now, so I hope I do see you in the future. We are going to wrap up this video, but please make sure if you're wrapping up tonight, please make sure you are mounting the like button on the way out the door. As a reminder, I do stream Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. and where we watch real socialist activism and we break down what they're talking about in the language they use. And you'll notice they haven't been talking a lot about the Gnostic sex cult tonight, even though this is an entire presentation on queer liberation. But I hope I'll see you guys back here in the future. I also stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. doing different things, a little bit lighter usually. And make sure you head over to the Substack, which is carlin.substack.com. Sign up to support my work for $8 a month, $80 a year. I really do appreciate it. Let's wrap up.
Really vehemently. I think that I don't find the content of what I've read, I haven't kept up in recent times with what Against Equality is put up there, because I frankly find that it has placed itself largely outside of the conversation. Although I didn't disagree with the things that you said in terms of, yes, I'm for what we need to move beyond it, which is frankly why I am, and many of us here, are signatories to a statement that Judith Butler and John D'Amelio and others have put out there.
Hello, Judith Butler.
Marriage,
Hello.
far more helpful, in other words, beyond equality,
That's right.
which is something that I do think we have to move towards, because I don't think it is useful in a country in which you have the denial of these basic rights, whether you want to call them human rights or civil rights. There's, I'm sure legal eagles in the room can parse the difference between these things. But I do think that what we have become accustomed to is a society in which people aim to reform movements on the terms of the leadership of those movements. And what I believe must happen, and what we aim to do as revolutionaries inside of reform movements, is not accept the terms of the reform movements from the leaderships that often do have much more corporatist or mainstream or Democratic Party priorities, that with a critical mass of us together entering in there, you can force the question of why is it that the wealthiest gay organization in this country is exclusively devoting, and I thought Donna's contribution was really important, exclusively devoting all of these millions of dollars, which after all are our dollars, right? Because I don't blame the rank and filer people in HRC who go out there in small communities where there is no other entity to get involved in and do collections and take up all of this money, largely from other queers, and then it all gets funneled to one issue or, whatever, or issues that don't really touch most of our lives. I think if we're not fighting for it, for example, in 2009 with the National Equality March, I know Cleve Jones and I and others who were, playing a role in pulling that march together, made it absolutely central that not only we're going to make trans-inclusive and leading wedge in our demand for full federal equality in every aspect of the law, but we went to HRC and we said, pony up the money. You've taken money from our community for all of these years. We want access to your shit. And they made all the color flyers, the 10 flag flyers, and some of the stage equipment and all that. We took that money. We made demands and we said, give it to us, otherwise we're going to shame you till the portals of hell. But we were able to have the leverage because we actually, went in there and put demands. If we don't go in there and make demands of what, after all, is our money, we're never going to get it. We may not win, but if you don't fight, you have not the chance of it. I want to take up a point that was raised before closing, about reforms have taken us backward. Comrades, reforms have not taken us backward. What has taken us backward is the co-optation of reform movements by people whose sights are so narrow, are so low, are so wedded to the status quo that they redirect efforts by genuine.
What they're talking about when they say reforms is reforming the system without the liberation of capitalism. And so what she's saying is that like incremental change, like making the case for like gay marriage being legalized, because again, remember, this presentation was given before gay marriage was legalized. She's saying that there's value in legalizing gay marriage without like the overthrow of capitalism. But the problem is the people who have co-opted the movement to legalize gay marriage are doing so with a desire to maintain capitalism, whereas she, as a queer liberationist, is going to see, okay, like it's okay to like legalize gay marriage. That's fine. As long as we're doing that on the path to overthrowing capitalism, that's cool. But what she's saying is our movements have been co-opted by people who just want to give us gay marriage, but they don't want to overthrow capitalism. Does everyone see that? No, they're not anti-gay marriage. They're not anti-gay marriage. That's not what they're saying. They're saying that if you're only trying to legalize gay marriage, but you're leaving capitalism in place, then you're bad. But if you're legalizing gay marriage on a step towards like liberation from capitalism, queer liberation, that's good. Did everyone catch that? Let's go back, listen one more time. I know we're almost done. Everyone's getting finicky, but I think it's funny how she's talking about how her movements have been co-opted by people who want to reinforce normativity, when in fact it's them who's co-opting the movements. They're the ones who co-opted the Human Rights Campaign. The Human Rights Campaign apparently used to be normal. They're the ones who co-opted gay straight alliances. They're the ones who co-opted like all the different like gay marriage like nonprofits that were fighting for gay marriage after they got legalized. They're the ones that co-opt things, but they're projecting their actions onto everyone else.
Reforms have taken us backward. Comrades, reforms have not taken us backward. What has taken us backward is the co-optation of reform movements by people whose sights are so narrow, are so low, are so wedded to the status quo that they redirect efforts by genuine grassroots movements, and they hijack those movements and take the reforms in directions that the people who actually person them never intended and never wanted.
Elise says, hang on. Yeah, I'm going to make a clip of it. Don't worry. Elise says, does that mean that the conservatives are going against gay marriage or playing into it? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. If conservatives, Elise, I'm so glad you asked this question. If conservatives were smart, what they would be doing is encouraging gay people to settle down and get married and embrace capitalism and have kids and have dogs and buy houses and be as homonormative as possible. Because remember, homonormativity is gay people assimilating to capitalistic bourgeois norms. The queer Marxists hate that. They call it homonormative as a slur. And so if the right was smart, they'd be saying, get married, buy houses, be capitalists. We love you, gay people. Like, vote for us. But they're not smart. And so they're saying, ew, all your evil gay people are really queer Marxist, trans, like pedos and groomers and blah, 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 blah. So they're turning off a voting bloc that could very literally be on their side if they remove their heads from their asses for like 2 minutes to actually listen to what was going on.
And that has to shift, which is why political organization, consciousness, history, and clarity become so centrally important. They have even managed to refashion a debate about affirmative action as if affirmative action only helped middle-class Black people. I had a very interesting conversation with a scholar at Northwestern University who's written some brilliant books about Black civil rights in New York and on campus, Martha Biondi, yesterday. And she was saying to me, actually, that's bullshit. Most people, most blacks who benefited from affirmative action were not necessarily middle-class blacks in universities. That's the way it's talked about popularly, but it's not true. It's in employment and jobs where blacks were able to make the biggest advances in affirmative action. And with the retreat of that, which obviously has helped mostly poor and working-class black people, with the retreat of affirmative action, it's meant a retreat. It's meant an unfolding of those advances for largely working-class and poorer blacks. So it's not true that reforms take us backwards. It's what happens in terms of the direction of those reform movements, but the contents of the politics, and this is where I'll end. We have a liberatory vision of sexuality and everything else in the ISO. Yeah. And if you want your voice to matter, if you want to be a political force and not just an individual with really good idea who is out there, you need to get organized. I hope you get organized with us. I certainly hope you consider getting active with us if you're not ready to join us. But we have to have a wider vision, but we also have to be organized with a force. You could be one individual with great ideas, but that and two would afford to get you on the subway. You'll have to get organized, and you have to be able to have a way of being a wedge inside of these movements. When Zakiya asked at the beginning of this discussion, where do we go from here? You know what? We are not passengers on this train watching somebody else drive it unless we allow it to happen that way. We are going to have to play an active and vocal role in trying to shape what comes out of this victory, this very partial victory for, yes, some people, and introduce questions of you shouldn't have to be in a monogamous relationship for the rest of your life with somebody in order to have health care benefits. Why the hell are health care benefits in this country tied to relationships anyway? We need to move.
I love that she's like, it's not enough that we can get access to healthcare benefits. Why are healthcare benefits dependent on relationships? I mean, it's a fair question, but it's just to push for universal healthcare. I hope people understand that. Dragon Tail says, just woke up, so I'll have to catch up on today's Socialism Saturday, but want to say you did great on Freedom First with Bob and Eric. Thank you, Dragon Tail. I appreciate it. I thought that interview with Bob and Eric was really, really good. I'm going to try to get a clip of it at some point. Eric Matheny is a good dude. Bob is a supporter of my work. And so I appreciate the two of them very much. I appreciate them having me on their show to explain what's actually going on with the protests. Just such good people, man. Such good people. So I appreciate that. You missed a hell of a Socialism Saturday. Let's see. Is there anything else in the chat? Anything else that I need to answer for? All right, guys, that is all we are doing for tonight. Tomorrow, we are watching Star Wars in the supporter Discord, the second one. What is the second Star Wars? What is the second Star Wars movie? The proper second Star Wars, not the actual one chronological. You know what I'm talking about. What is the second Star Wars movie? Is it Return of the Jedi? I don't know. I was never into Star Wars. But Jennifer is making me watch Empire Strikes Back. Thank you. Thank you. I was never into Star Wars. I apologize. Tomorrow we are watching The Empire Strikes Back in my supporter Discord at 8 p.m. because it was May the 4th today, and so Jennifer is making me watch Star Wars. It's just the way it goes. If you want to join us for a movie night, what you need to do is head over to my Substack, which is carlin.substack.com. And tomorrow, I will be sending out an email that looks like this. It will not be this exact email because it will be tomorrow's email. And what that will have is a wrap up of the week of all the content I've created for you this week. And if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the email, all the way down to the bottom, you are going to find the supporter perk section. And the supporter perk section is going to give you access to the supporter Discord. It's going to give you access to the 2 Zoom calls that we do every single week on Monday and Wednesday. It's going to give you a 10% off discount code to the Unwoke art store. And so please come and join us. But make sure you sign up as a supporter. Come and join us in the Discord. We're doing lots of cool stuff in the Discord, like making zines and awesome things for this Unwoke Underground thing that we're doing. All of this is happening in my supporter Discord. We are talking about queer anarchist zines in my Discord, things that James Lindsay doesn't even know about, but we're getting into because queer anarchist zines are actually driving queer activism. Who would have thunk it? We got lots of awesome stuff going on in the supporter Discord right now. I hope you guys will consider joining me. Sign up on the Substack to get access to that. And that's all I have for tonight. 5 hours. 5 hours with a break for a James Lindsay interruption. Should we check and see James's replies one more time on this tweet before we go? Why not? Let's see if anyone else said anything fun for James before we go. We've got Kurt up at... Oh, Julie! Hi, Julie! Hi, Julie. Julie's upset that I wouldn't help her fundraise for her gender ideology movie because Julie is a conservative Christian who wants James to lick her pussy, that wants to teach the Bible in schools and legislate her conservative Christianity. We've got Deborah. We got the same old people. Oh, excellent, excellent. Oh, yes. That's a new one. That's a new one. That's awesome. We got Vince in there. Vincent. I mean, Mark is the real winner of the night. Mark with the real Gnosticism has never been tried. I mean, Mark, I'm going to make sure I'm following you on Twitter after this. The very fact that you posted this, James, means you're paying some kind of attention to Carlin and her cult. Why not just admit it? Queer theory equals Marxism from Angel Eyes. Yeah, I would say we ratio James pretty severely. We ratio James pretty severely. I'm not upset about this. Not upset about this at all. Not upset about this at all. The only people who are against me are people with anonymous Twitter accounts, which tells you that that James Lindsay's fanboys are just anonymous cowards on the internet. All right. All right. All right. Oh no, I'm making a t-shirt. Real Gnosticism has never been tried is about to become a t-shirt. Don't you worry. I'm going to follow you, and you're going to get a t-shirt out of this, bro. All right, guys, that's all we have. 5 hours on the nose while James Lindsay was dicking around on Twitter. Everyone, take care. I will be back on Monday. Have a good one, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye.